Okay, the recording has started. This is the meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for August 4th, 2021. The time is 4:13 p.m. In accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order declaring a state of emergency regarding COVID-19 outbreak and Mayor London Breed's proclamation declaring local emergency issued on February 25th, 2020, including guidance from gatherings issued by the San Francisco Department of Public Health Officer, aggressive directives were issued to reduce the spread of COVID-19. On March 17, 2020, the Board of Supervisors authorized their boards and committees to meetings to convene remotely via Microsoft Teams and will allow remote public comment via teleconference. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comment by email to cheryl.leger@sfgov.org. All comments received will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. As the COVID-19 disease progresses, please visit the task force website regularly to be updated on the current situation as it affects the legislative process. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to disorderly conduct of the meeting. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. Call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. On the call of the roll, please apologize. I am kind of going off the top of my head.
I'll do it, Victor.
Okay, Cheryl will take over from here.
All right. Member Schmidt?
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood?
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Habmanabhan?
She'll be arriving at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Member Wong?
Present.
Member Wong present. Member Stein?
Present.
Member Stein present. Vice Chair Yankee?
Present.
Vice Chair Yankee present. Member Highland? Not present. Member Neighbors?
Present.
Member Neighbors present. Member Forsley?
She'll be arriving at 4:30.
Okay. Chair Wolf?
Present.
Chair Wolf present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Any changes or adjustments to the agenda, members? Hearing none. Okay, let's move on. Let's call the second item.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force July 7, 2021 meeting.
Okay, we have one through communication. There may be others, but the one that I picked up from Mr. Hooper on his complaint number 19062. He requested that there be a correction in the action that after the words and nature of records to insert from SF Parks Alliance that may be available to them, and then the rest of the sentence. So the sentence should read, yeah, that's my place.
Shall I read it, Chair Wolf?
Hold on. So the sentence should read, moved by Chair Wolf, second by member, oh no, sorry. Yeah, moved by Chair Wolf, second by member LaHood to find that the Department of Public Works violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21C by failing to provide the requested records in a complete and or timely manner, and orders that the Department of Public Works to assist Mr. Hooper in identifying the existence form and nature of the records from SF Parks Alliance that may be available to them, that the requester is requesting within 14 days, and refers the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring. Okay, any other changes or adjustments to the minutes, members?
This is Member Stein. I have a couple changes.
Go ahead.
So item number 7, which is on P8, and under file number 20009, it says, let's see, where, under action, moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Wong, to find those particular violations, just to add some specificity, that I actually moved in particular that information was improperly redacted with no explanation or redaction keys, and that the names of requesters were improperly withheld. That was part of the motion. I went back and listened to it. So if that could be reflected in the minutes.
Okay, you wouldn't happen to have the time that you listened to?
Yes, it was around 2 hours and 59 minutes, or 2 hours, 59 minutes, 56 seconds, somewhere around there in the tape, or in the recording is where that was. So but I took it out word for word and kind of summarized it. I can email it for you, or you can look for it, but basically what I added was that information was improperly redacted with no explanation or redaction keys, and that the names of requesters were improperly withheld.
Okay. All right, I'll listen to the tape.
Okay, and then under item 10, sorry, I'm going for the page there. Item 10, didn't write down the page number, but basically, I think the last sentence of the second paragraph,
Page 12.
P12. I just would like it to reflect that I said that I felt that the article showed a lack of understanding of the rationale behind freedom of information law.
Which file number is this?
10.
It's item 10.
Or sorry, is this item 10 on the minutes? I didn't say that Mr. Fraser has no understanding. I was referring to the article, and I just said the article to me showed a lack of understanding of the rationale behind freedom of information law. So I just want to make that clear, because it wasn't an attack on, I wasn't trying to say, I don't know about Mr. Fraser personally or not. I just felt that that article showed a lack of understanding of the rationale behind it, not of the law itself. And that's also on the tape, but I didn't write down where it was on the tape, but I did take notes on it.
The article showed a lack of understanding
of the rationale behind freedom of information law. And those are all the corrections I have.
Thank you. Members, anything else? No. Okay.
Yeah, this is Vice Chair Yankee.
Yes, go ahead.
I believe Anonymous had written with some suggested corrections to our administrator. 2 of them are already covered, so I'm not going to go over those, but the third one I don't think was discussed, and it is the motion for item number 6. This is the motion that shows up on P7 right before item number 7. And the suggestion is that it's moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Neighbors, to find that the Sheriff's Department violated Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 6724 for citing deliberative process privilege, citing Government Code 6255, and citing CPRA draft exemptions, 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a complete and/or timely manner, and 6727 by citing written justifications that did not apply.
Is that your edit?
That would be that's the suggested edit from Anonymous. I know he had submitted that to Cheryl.
Okay.
I just wanted to read into the record.
And are you?
Yeah, I would suggest that as well.
You're suggesting that edit. Okay.
All right. What is the date of the email?
It is July 29th at 5:16 p.m. So you can reference that, Cheryl, if you want the to look at what I just read.
Okay. All right. I'm going to open it up for public comment. We'll get, let's see if there are any more corrections, and then I'll ask for a motion.
I'd like to make a public comment.
Yes, we will get to you. Hold on. Let's get it. We're just getting the clock set up, and then I'll call for public comment. Cheryl, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I will. Just a second.
Okay, then I hand it off to you.
Do we have public commenters?
I would like to make a comment.
Okay.
I would like
Do we have
to make
other
a comment.
Yes, please.
So that's
Yes,
3
please.
public commenters?
May I go first?
Just a moment. I just want to make sure. Do we have 2 or 3 public commenters? I hear 1. I heard 3 people, but I want to be sure.
There's no way that I can say how many people there are. I believe there was somebody ahead of me, and then I requested.
Okay. All right. Mr. First Speaker, are you ready?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I'm Patrick Manette Shaw. I don't have any objections to the amendments to the minutes, but it would be useful if the task force would include in today's minutes mention on whether or not members of the public can now resume submitting IDRs that the mayor had curtailed in her COVID orders. It's not clear to me on whether city departments can keep asserting, as they have, that the IDR provisions have been suspended more or less indefinitely. Thank you.
Do we have a second speaker?
Mr. Chairman, this is John Hooper.
Okay,
And this
Mr.
is
Hooper,
Peter
are you ready
Warfield.
to
I think
speak?
I was next.
Okay.
That's fine.
It might help if you would ask the unseen folks to give some identification rather than just indicate I'm interested or yes, please, and so on.
I just want to notify members of the public that we are trying not to predict or predetermine who you are. So however you choose to identify yourself, that would be preferable. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there's no obligation to provide a name.
Okay, do we have speaker number 2?
Yes, let me know when to begin, and I'm assuming that's me, Peter Warfield.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Warfield.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. And I say this because I think it's important. There's a whole Brown Act that talks about people having to have a place in a certain area within the jurisdiction to speak, and that meetings are supposed to be held in person and so on. And there are good reasons for that as far as democratic process goes. I'd certainly second what the previous speaker said about the status of limitations on sunshine from the governor or the mayor. I don't know that that's specifically on the minutes, but it certainly is something that I've asked for the task force to keep abreast of and let people know where things stand at any particular moment. I've also asked the task force to do something about it, like issue a statement or advise the supervisors. With respect to the July 7th meeting, it's still an absence of full attribution whenever we speak. It has shrunk down to Peter Warfield, except on the first mention, which does have the address and the name. But the name is wrong on one of the items. It's Library Users Association, not Library Users. And many of the contents are most unfortunate. I believe that on item 9, and I also don't have any problem with what's been submitted, I would urge you to please state in the correction motion exactly who asked for what and that you agree with it, and in particular the details of what's being changed. For people who may have read it incorrectly previously, it's helpful to know that this part or that part was changed or corrected so that they'll know, okay, most of it I got, but this part was corrected. I didn't say that just that on item 9, I believe I said that I didn't support and agreed with Anonymous on the first motion to find no violation, and then expressed to say that I expressed happiness with the motion, I think is kind of silly. I supported the motion to find a problem. Item 10 is a wrong reference. I specifically said the task force has the power with 67.30. Item 11, Library Users Association. The description is not a good summary. And I also said on item 12 that there was chaotic or there was too much administrative material in the materials in the packet. Thank you.
Do we have another speaker?
Yes, my name is John Hooper. Would you like me to start?
You may begin, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the task force. I just wanted to make a point of clarification concerning item 19062 from the minutes of July 7th. I got a burst of static when Chairman Wolf was correcting those minutes, and I just wanted to make sure that the correction that Chair Wolf suggested is consistent with your original intent that that DPW was ordered to go to the San Francisco Parks Alliance and request any documents they have pertinent to the documents I have been seeking. Anonymous wrote you an email dated July 29th, and the language that was suggested in Anonymous's email is identical to the language that I would suggest to correct and clarify those minutes. So that might be an easier way for you to see what we both had in mind there. Thank you.
I'm just going to interject here for a second. Mr. Hooper, I brought that up at the beginning here, and I'll just repeat what the addition that I suggested. It would be that orders that Department of Public Works to assist Mr. Hooper in identifying the existence, form, and nature of the records, and here's the edit, from SF Parks Alliance that may be available to them. And then goes on the rest of the sentence that the requester is requesting within 14 days, and so on.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your clarification. If the task force is satisfied that the directive to the Department of Public Works is clear that they are required to go to SF Parks Alliance to request the documents that are missing, then I'm satisfied. As long as you feel that the clarification is made, then I'm satisfied that it has been made.
Very good. Thank you. And I'd like to recognize Member Forsley arriving at 4:33 p.m. Please continue with public comment on this. Thank you.
Yes, anonymous number 3.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So thank you. Member Stein's correction is actually more accurate than the one I suggested on case 2009. It is actually more full. Member Yankee's correction is also correct as written or read from my email about case 19143. However, I would agree with Mr. Hooper. If you look at the exact words on the tape, the words on the tape used by Chair Wolf in that motion are what I'm going to read to you here. Quote, and order DPW to request such records from Parks Alliance that may be available to them. And I believe that's also the same exact wording that Mr. Hooper sent in an email to the task force. That is the literal words from the tape, and I believe it's much stronger even than what may have been suggested. So I'd suggest considering using the literal words from the tape, at least that I could find, and I've given you a citation to the videotape in my email. That's it. Thank you very much.
Do we have further commenters? Any more public comment?
Last call for public comment. Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. Is there anything else to add or adjust, members? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion. Is there a motion? Members, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Member Stein. I make a motion to approve the minutes.
And that's with the edits?
With the edits.
Okay. Is there a second?
This is Member Wong. I will second the motion.
Moved by Member Stein, second by Member Wong to approve the minutes with the edits as stated. And please call the roll.
Member Stein?
What do I say?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye or nay?
Yeah, aye.
Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan? She's still absent?
Yes.
Okay. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Stein, second by Member Wong, to approve the July 7, 2021 minutes with amendments.
Thank you. Please call next item.
Item number 3, file number 19103, complaint filed by Anonymous against Mayor London Breed, Hank Heckel, and the Office of the Mayor for violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 25, and 26 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. Shall I read the preamble, Chair Wolf?
Yes, please.
On December 2nd, 2020, the task force moved to find that the mayor's office violated Administrative Code Section 6726 for keeping withholding to a minimum, 6727 for no justification of withholding, and to refer the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring. On February 23rd, 2021, the Compliance and Amendments Committee referred the matter back to the task force with a recommendation to the task force that due to non-compliance with the order of determination, the committee recommends that the mayor's individual calendar entries and attendees should be shared, and for the task force to decide whether date, time, location, and recurrence being withheld are excessive.
Okay, thank you. CAC Chair LaHood, do you want to make a presentation?
Sure. So this was sent to us for compliance, and we, in this instance, we think that, as we know, the ordinance should be applied broadly, but withholding should be kept to a minimum. And we believe that this is a situation where the security exemption is being applied too broadly, and that there are calendar instances where it would be appropriate to provide, perhaps provide date, time, location, and recurrence, especially for those meetings that are taking place at City Hall, where one would assume, or where one would expect security to be very high. So we wanted to bring this back to the task force to determine what to do at this point, because we do believe that information is being withheld that should not be withheld, with the reasoning being security, but we think it's being applied too broadly in this instance.
Thank you.
Members, committee members, is there anything else to add to this?
No, that summarizes it.
Okay. Other members, do you have any questions or discussion about this?
Chair, it may be worth asking the parties to comment briefly, because even between the time that we made our order of determination and the committee started meeting, there was some adjustment. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to hear from them whether there's been any additional shifting or if we're at the same place we were when we last met.
Okay, so I'll give 3 minutes for each party to make a statement, and then we'll have more information. Is that your suggestion?
That is my suggestion.
Okay, great. So let's start with the respondent. Is there a representative? Is the mayor or a representative from the mayor's office here? Please unmute by pressing *6. Is there a representative from the mayor's office?
Yes, hello. Hi, sorry. This is Hank Heckel, compliance officer for Mayor Breed, here to respond on behalf of the Office of the Mayor.
Great. Okay. And Ms. Leger, when you're ready with the clock, I'm allowing 3 minutes for each party.
And the respondent is going first?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Heckel, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, members of the task force. I'm here to respond to Anonymous's request in the file 19103 regarding the mayor's future calendars. I appreciate Member LaHood's summary of the sort of procedural posture of where this matter is right now. I think it's more or less accurate. Just to kind of recap briefly, the history of this is that I think back in 2019, Anonymous made requests for calendar entries for the mayor that were at that time future meetings, so entries for meetings that hadn't taken place yet. And after consulting with the city attorney, we withheld those meeting entries due to security considerations attendant to those meetings. And we did have an initial complaint and hearing before the task force, and the task force decided that that withholding was too broad and that we should go back and engage in more minimal withholding. And that was the order of determination that was issued this past December. And so we did do that. We advised Anonymous that we would provide future calendar entries with information, including the meeting subject, attendees, details like that. And we would do them in blocks of a full week, but we would continue to withhold the location, date, time, and recurrence information, because it's still our position, consistent with the advice of the city attorney, and this is, I believe, still the city attorney's position, that because there is a security detail assigned by SFPD to every meeting that the mayor undertakes, and so we believe that the security procedures of the law enforcement organization exemption of 6245F of the Public Records Act applies. We've also cited the Times Mirror versus Superior Court case, which is 53 Cal 3rd 1325, and also Cal Evidence Code 1040, which is the official information privilege. And just to explain, we want to strike the right balance here of providing certain information, consistent with the order of determination. So we are giving out future meetings. We've done so. You can see in the file that we've done so on page 309 of the file, email from me to Anonymous in February of this year. We provided future calendar information from April 5th to the 9th, 2021, which was at that time future information. But we did cite these security concerns. We did have that compliance hearing where this was addressed. We understand
your time is up, sir.
Anyway, our position has not changed due to the unique requirements for security for the mayor and the need to avoid disruption of future meetings and the need to avoid revealing her sort of the details of her activity patterns and so on. And so happy to take any questions about our position.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was in trouble getting unmuted. Is Anonymous present?
Yes, this Anonymous is also Anonymous number 3.
Okay, Anonymous number 3. Please wait for Mr. J in the call.
Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So the updated presentation is on T33, which is also PDF page 19. I don't disagree with what they are doing. They are, in fact, doing exactly what Mr. Heckel said. I would agree with the compliance committee that that's an overuse of the exemption. I think we have to always go by the words of the exemption and not what we feel like should be sensitive. That's not how the law works. 6254F protects, it's not 6245, it's 6254F, protects security procedures of a law enforcement agency or a local police agency, sorry. Evidence Code 1040 has a balancing test with regards to need for confidentiality in the interest of justice. I'm not disputing the balancing test since we're past COVID here, and that the same thing is in Times Mirror versus Superior Court. It's a balancing test based on, quote, the physical security interests of the governor in that case, or in this case, the mayor. All I'm asking you to do is say that for the meetings that are phone calls, virtual, such as on Zoom, and or in City Hall, and maybe you'll agree with me on the first two and not the third, it's your choice,
knowing the dates and times and locations, which often the location is just in Zoom, it's not a physical location, right? And recurrences, like, oh, she has this telephone call weekly, cannot possibly endanger her physical security interests, which is fine. We're allowed to consider this balancing test now. It's post-COVID, and I don't think the balancing test, quote, clearly outweighs. That's the rule you have to use. Clearly outweighs. There is no physical security interest in telling us that she has a weekly phone call or that she has a monthly Zoom. I would also say it's not clearly outweighing when she's in City Hall. Maybe some of you will agree with that, maybe some of you won't. But I think you should definitely agree there's no physical security threat to knowing that the mayor has a telephone call or a virtual Zoom call. So I'd urge you to consider each of those three issues and have them disclose dates, times, locations, and recurrences for phone calls, virtual meetings, and or City Hall meetings. Thank you very much.
Okay, members. And for the members of Compliance and Amendments Committee, if you have anything further you'd like to add based upon the testimony, please go ahead.
This is Member Stein. Can we ask a question of Mr.
Sure.
Hinkle, for instance? I would just like to know from Mr. Hinkle how a virtual meeting or a phone call, first of all, might be a security concern from the mayor's perspective, as well as any meetings that take place in City Hall. But if he can address those two separately.
Sure. Thank you, Member. So with respect to virtual meetings and phone call meetings, we respectfully disagree with Anonymous's argument. And we would, understanding his point about the virtual nature and her not, his reference to physical security, we still think that revealing that information could pose a risk and disrupt the security procedures of the police department in the sense that, the mayor needs to be physically located to take those calls. It could be in City Hall, it could be at her home, it could be at another location. But I think, during COVID, certainly it's been reasonable to kind of narrow the possible range of places where the mayor could be. And we do recognize that the subjects of the meetings and the details can be revealed. But if we reveal too much of the logistics of like the where and the when, even if it's on the phone, because she could be taking the phone in City Hall, for example, taking the call or the virtual meeting, or at her home, there could be disruption. There could be people gathered outside her home. I mean, of course, people have a right to protest under the First Amendment. People go to the mayor's home and have protested, but we just think that revealing too much of that, raises the risk that there'll be some disruption that kind of borders for harassment and makes it difficult for the SFPD to provide security, which they do at the mayor's home, as well as City Hall, as well as any other location in which the mayor is taking a call for a virtual meeting. I mean, I would point out that Speaker Pelosi's house was vandalized in a pretty unpleasant manner in the last couple of years. And so because of those concerns, we will release the details of the meetings in terms of what is the meeting about, who's it going to be, and sort of a rough window of time. Like, it'll happen in this week. But we believe we're striking the right balance and still withholding the particulars of the location and the date and the time, even for virtual meetings. And it's sort of the same issue for City Hall, is that just because the mayor frequently takes meetings in City Hall and there's already security at City Hall, we don't want to make the jobs for the PD security any harder by having to adjust the detail. The level of security and the procedures attendant to the security vary with the meeting in question. There could be a meeting with foreign dignitaries for a consular visit or sort of a larger meeting. So they have to adjust the security protocols accordingly. And we believe that it's not in the public interest in striking the balance here weighs against revealing all of those just logistical particulars while still giving the substantive information on who the mayor's meeting with and what they're going to discuss. And of course, after the fact, all information is available in the mayor's Prop G calendar, which we provide upon request for past meetings. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Member Schmidt.
Yeah, hi. For Mr. Heckel, just kind of following up on that last point. So could you just give a little more insight on, say somebody knows ahead of time that there's a phone call scheduled between the mayor and someone else. I don't get it. How does that, if somebody knows that she's going to be on the phone, but they don't know where she's going to be, how does that put her in some kind of security risk?
Thanks, Member Schmidt. So, I mean, respectfully, it's not like the mayor is just going to be roaming around anywhere on the phone, right? And I think this is particularly true of video conferences, right? I mean, if she's on a Teams call or Zoom call or whatever other platform that we've all gotten used to using in the last year or so, there's still a good possibility she's going to be in, one of 2 or 3 locations, right? So the call might still take place at City Hall, very likely, or it could be at home, or, there's frankly a very limited number of other places where it could take place. So we just think providing that extra level of detail to say, oh, it's going to be at this place, there's going to be a phone call at City Hall, the security risk is no different than if the mayor was having a physical meeting with attendees that were physically present at City Hall. She's still in that location conducting city business. There's still security procedures that just go along with the mayor being present at City Hall. And if for meetings, for phone calls or virtual meetings that take place in her home, I mean, I think obviously everyone agree the security considerations are different. And it's not just her physical security; it's the procedures and the burden and the pressures on the PD to plan these events without extra scrutiny of the logistics, which just makes their job harder.
Okay, it seems like there's 2 different concepts here. One is that somebody knows ahead of time that she's going to be on a call or on a Zoom meeting. And the other is what you just described, which is that they're on the call or the Zoom meeting and that they're told where she's going to take that call, where she's going to take that meeting. Now, I don't think that what the argument here is that for those types of meetings, you would even need to disclose where the mayor is going to be physically when they're on a call, but just to say there's going to be a call, there's going to be a Zoom meeting. So I want to, do you see that there's a difference between those if you don't include the location where the mayor's going to be at that time?
Yeah, no, I do understand the distinction. So the point I was trying to make was that if the mayor is taking a call for official business or is on a video conference for official business, there's not that many places that those meetings are likely to occur, right? So one could guess, if the meeting were at home or the meeting were at City Hall, you could sort of make a pretty good guess, right? But I think revealing the locations just as a matter of practice, whether it be by phone or by a physical location, gives additional information. And there's no public interest. I frankly don't understand what the public interest is in knowing that the mayor is going to be on a Zoom call versus a Teams call versus a phone call for a meeting when we've already told the requester what the meeting's about, who the meeting's with, and so on. And I'll just read a quote from the Times Mirror case at 53 Cal 1346 that kind of goes to the modus operandi and the activity patterns of the official. This was referring to the governor. but said, that case said that revealing the particulars of date, time, and location, doing so, it would be, quote, plausible to believe that an individual intent on doing harm could use such information to discern activity patterns and identify areas of particular vulnerability. So we think it's the totality of giving out the location and the date and time, as a rule, that's going to give a lot of information about the mayor's activity patterns and her MO that just has an unnecessary burden on the security procedures, and we don't think there's a valid public interest that outweighs that under the balance under this weighing of interests.
Are you concerned about her physical security as a person, or you mentioned something about Pelosi's house? Are you trying to do this to protect her property also?
Well, I mean, I think it's both. It's her physical person. It's the physical security of the PD and other people involved in the meeting. It's the procedures of the PD. I mean, as to property, I think someone left a severed bloody pig's head at Speaker Pelosi's house. I think that was the incident you might have seen. So, whether that's just a property violation, no big deal. I mean, I'll leave it to you to, to consider that.
Okay, thank you. No more.
Okay. Members, anything else?
Am I allowed to respond to anything or no?
Yeah, not at this moment. I just want to hear from task force members if there is a motion, if there's any further action or concerns that you want to raise at this point on this. If there's no action.
Well, this is Member Stein.
Okay.
I actually would not mind hearing Anonymous's response to one question, which is, can he just describe what public interest function it might serve to know the location of or to know whether there's a virtual call happening or not, or a virtual meeting happening. Why might that information be relevant to the public?
Okay, great. So that's a question to you, complainant.
Sure. Sure. So I want to be clear what you're asking about. You're asking about the phone calls and virtual meetings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the thing that has the most interest is the day of a particular event. And that is the thing that's missing when they give out weekly agenda items. Because when I have days, I can actually corroborate the information they're giving with other agencies to make sure that they're telling the truth. And I've talked about this many times in other cases. When two different agencies respond, some of the agencies do not give complete information, and some of the agencies sometimes lie. And if I just know even the day that a phone call or a virtual meeting is occurring, I can corroborate that. And I believe the rule is it's not that I have to show a public interest to clearly outweigh the public interest in the security interest. It's the other way around. Even if you for some reason said that's worth 0, you have to find that the security interest of the mayor clearly outweighs, in this the physical security interest clearly outweighs, even if you consider that to be 0 interest. So I would suggest that that's the way it's written in law, and that's why that information, the date of these phone calls and virtual meetings, allows me to corroborate that information with other agencies.
But then that's not an issue of knowing a location. That's an issue of knowing a date when a meeting or a phone call or a virtual conference took place.
Well, it's what Member Schmidt said. The location when it's a phone call or a virtual call is phone or Zoom. It's not the physical place she's taking the phone call. It's just like the fact that it's on Zoom, if that makes sense.
No, I understand that, but I guess I'm trying to understand from your point of view, without me trying to guess what the public interest might be.
Yes.
What specific public interest it serves to know the location? Because that now I understand the point you're making about dates, but just in terms of location, what the public interest
The only public interest I would say is actually exactly what Mr. Heckel said, that there is a protest interest, and that if it's an event that people are allowed to protest, I just want to be clear. When he said he's done this before. He gives graphic examples about things that have happened. People already know where the mayor lives, so that would be the only interest. But I would agree that is a different interest than, say, the date and recurrence of a virtual meeting.
So if people want to protest and they want to hope in the hopes that the mayor might see them, being able to guess that she might be at City Hall a certain day, and therefore that's the reason to protest there, is a public interest.
I do believe, and I said this in the beginning, I do believe the protesting is a public interest that is one of the reasons why I wanted this information in the first place. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got member Wong, and then I thought I saw member LaHood. Did you have your hand up? Member LaHood, and then member Schmidt. Go ahead, member Wong.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out section 69.29-5 of the ordinance regarding calendars of certain officials. It says specifically that, the mayor must keep a daily calendar wherein is recorded the time and place of each meeting or event attended by that official, and that information is to be provided to any requester subsequent or 3 business days subsequent to the calendar entry date. And so the ordinance very clearly states that this information should be made available. There's no specific statement about security. It's just there, and it should be made available. I mean, when I think about when I visit City Hall and the security measures I have to go through to even enter the building, it's just, to me, it seems a little silly to be so worried about the security there, especially if you are providing these calendar events to a requester, then you actually do have prior information that folks will have that information as well. So there is a certain amount of time for, preparation if that's something that's necessary, if you needed extra security. So just some thoughts on my part.
Member Wong, can you repeat that citation again?
Sure.
Section number.
Yeah, section 67.29-5.
Thank you.
And that is section A.
Thank you.
But may I respond, Chair Wolf?
No.
To anonymous?
No. Oh, to anonymous. You want to rebut something that anonymous said?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not inclined to have a big back and forth like this. It's really up to members to ask questions to come to a conclusion. Let's get through that, and then if it doesn't come to light, then I'll allow you to speak on it.
Great. Could I clarify a practical point, or?
Mr. Heckel, I appreciate that. I would respect that you allow me to run the meeting. And I will, if it's doesn't come up in further conversation with the members, then you can give you time to respond to that. We'll go to member LaHood. Thank you.
Thank you. I had 2 points, one of which has slipped my mind, but the one thing I think we do need to keep in mind, genuine security interests. Of course, I think we all have respect for that, but I want to make sure that we are not confusing security for convenience. Yes, it might be easier not to let people know specifically when meetings are happening, but I think it is in the public interest. Oh, and my other point was sequence of events does matter. It does matter who the mayor is communicating with in what order, and then we see what policy decisions are being made. And I think it very much is in the public's interest to know the order in which the mayor is meeting with either other government officials or members of the public or those who seek to influence her decisions on policy matters.
Okay, Member Schmidt.
Yes, Anonymous, I want to go back to the state provision 6254F. First noting that it pertains to records of security procedures, and it doesn't protect, security itself, but also would you confirm for me that 6254F, even where it does apply, there's no real relevance of the public having to show why they're interested in information? Is there any sort of balancing test that you see in that provision?
This was a question to Anonymous, correct?
Yes, to Anonymous.
I agree with you that 6254F has no balancing provision, and I agree with you that, and it was the original statement I made in this complaint, that calendar entries are not in and of themselves records of security procedures of a local police agency. However, there is another point about balancing. I can get there if you want me to, but I won't unless you ask me.
No, thanks. I just wanted to clarify, make sure I'm not missing something in terms of where that balancing test would be and why the public needs to show an interest in any way here. Thank you. That's all.
Correct. It doesn't.
Member Yankee? Vice Chair Yankee?
Yeah. I guess I just wanted to clarify that we're talking, I think, about the future calendars here, right? Because Member Wong brought up 6729-5A, and I think that's the talking about the date and time and place, and I think that's referring to the Prop G calendars, which is a backwards looking, after the event takes place, that must be disclosed. And so I don't think that's in dispute. I think that we're talking about future calendars for events that have yet to take place, which I'm not sure that 6729-5 actually applies to.
Okay, noted. Okay, I'm put myself in here. Okay, Mr. Heckel, I'll give you. Go ahead and make your response.
Appreciate that. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, just a couple of things. I was going to make the point that Member Yankee just made, so I appreciate that. I think the reference to 67.29-5 that's referring to the Prop G calendar, which is, backwards looking. We keep it up to date every 3 days, and there's no question we give that out upon request. So we give all the details out for those past entries. So the issue here is future calendar entries. And I think Anonymous said that there was and also just to address what Member Schmidt said, so in addition to the Gov Code 6254F section, we've cited Evidence Code 1040, which is known as the official information privilege sometimes, and that refers to official information is information acquired in confidence by a public employee in the course of his or her duty, and not open or officially disclosed to the public prior to the time the claim of privilege is made. And there is a balancing test there, which is that there's a privilege to refuse to disclose that information where disclosure of the information is against the public interest because there is a necessity for preserving the confidentiality of the information that outweighs the necessity for disclosure in the interest of justice. So we don't believe that Anonymous has articulated a showing that there's a necessity for disclosure in the interest of justice of revealing things like the specific location of the meeting, or the dates and times within a week block of time, and also to address what he said about how he needs that to, I think he said, corroborate information. So I mean, the future, bear in mind that these future events may not even take place, right? Because these are like things that the mayor's scheduling team puts on a calendar as like a placeholder, like the plan is tentatively to meet with XYZ persons on, 2 weeks hence, right? But there's nothing to corroborate because that meeting may not take place at all. I mean, the question of corroboration of whether a meeting took place arises in Prop G context, and those are available for all comers if they want to verify who the mayor did in fact meet with. That's available 3 days after the fact. Thanks.
Okay, so I have a few things to add here. Okay, so one is, members, please be cognizant of the respondents' citations for withholding, if they are, as to whether they are part and parcel. We get a lot of background noise. Can somebody please, if somebody's outside, please. In fact, can everyone please mute *6, please, who's on the phone? *6. I'm going to wait until everybody mutes. Nobody's muting. *6, please mute.
Chair Wolf, I will go ahead and mute all telephone callers at this time.
Thank you. I think we need to be cognizant of the respondent citations that they're bringing forward today, if they were part and parcel of their response to the complainant at the time of the request, and during their testimony citing citations for withholding prior to our making the order of determination. Introduction of anything new today is not applicable because that wasn't part of the record in the way that we made our decisions then. And we are kind of in a celluloid state where we are hearing complaints that have happened in a particular period of time some time ago. And at the same time, for this particular type of hearing and review of an order of determination or compliance of an order of determination, it has to be based upon the facts and evidence that was presented during the actual case. If any of the parties have concerns about the order of determination that the task force had made, they're free to, and they have new information that might change the outcome. We have a reconsideration process for that. So I just want us to be cognizant of that. The second one is, I have concerns about any public official that is required to maintain a Prop G calendar with regards to citing location. And this is why. Many meetings that public officials have, including the mayor, may be passive meeting bodies. Passive meeting bodies are described in the San Francisco Administration Code 67.3, which is our Sunshine Ordinance. And I'll read that into the record. Passive meeting body shall mean, 1, advisory committees created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, the mayor or department head. 2, any group that needs to discuss with or advise the mayor or any department head on fiscal, economic, or policy issues. 3, social, recreational, or ceremonial occasions sponsored or organized by or for a policy body to which a majority of the body has been invited. Okay. And then 4 is actually a prohibition or an exclusion. A passive meeting body shall not include a committee that consists solely of employees of the city and county of San Francisco created by initiative of a member of a policy body, the mayor or department head. So there are various meetings that members of the public may be allowed to attend, to observe under the rules of passing meeting bodies. And in order for the public to know where or how to attend those meetings, a location would have to be revealed. So I'm concerned about an overreach of excluding the location of future meetings because of how this is held in 67.3. So I think if the mayor could identify which meetings are passive meeting bodies, the locations of those meetings should be known. Now, if there are going to be passive meeting bodies, then it can be planned in ahead of enough time for security to be set up, like it would be for a press conference, which is outside, where it could be, the mayor could be more vulnerable in person, out on the open street. Here, it can be in a far more controlled environment, in a hearing room or a special meeting room in City Hall, where those kinds of meetings happen all the time, with the mayor being present and the public knowing that the mayor will be present at those meetings. So for that, that's I just wanted to notate that as a reason for a location to be noted on a future calendar. Okay, anything else? What shall we do with this? We're running a little over time on this item. Is there a motion or any further action? Or are we leaving things as they are? I mean, we have a recommendation from the Compliance and Amendments Committee based upon the consideration that the withholding is excessive. I think we've had some good, substantial discussion here. Is there any conclusion or result?
I see Member Schmidt speaking, but we can't hear him.
I'm sorry. Thank you. My mute button got me again. I want to just say that I feel like this would be more difficult for me if Anonymous had not sort of clarified that he wants to limit what the order would be to 2 or maybe 3 categories: telephone calls, in City Hall, Zoom meetings. And so, I mean, for me, that seems clear that he should get his order with regard to those things. If we had to figure out other areas where we're going into, okay, how far do security procedures really extend, it might get a little more tricky. But if that's all he wants, I think that's a pretty clean order.
Are you making a motion?
I just wanted to just point out that that's what he's actually asking for, as opposed to something more extensive at this time.
I'll ask again. Doesn't need to be from you, Member Schmidt. I'll ask again, is there a motion? Or is there any further action that we should take on this? Otherwise, I'm going to close the discussion. I'll bring up public comment, and then we'll move on.
This is Member Stein. I just had one other comment, which is in my notes, I have that what he was asking for is that a second order of determination specifying that the mayor has to release individual entries rather than summaries, subject body attachment content for future meetings, information about attendees, invitees, or organizers for future meetings, and dates, times, location, and recurrences of future phone calls, virtual meetings, or meetings in city buildings. But that was the whole request. So I just wanted to raise that point.
Is there a motion? Are we taking any further action on this?
What would be appropriate action at this point? I think there seems to be some consensus that we think the mayor and the mayor's office are not releasing enough information. We already have an order of determination. Would a further step be a second order of determination, or do we escalate our first order of determination?
Well, it would be, we're getting a response from the respondent saying that they feel that the information they're withholding is appropriate. We're hearing from the petitioner, the complainant, that it still is not appropriate. The Compliance and Amendments Committee brought forward a recommendation with concerns that the date, time, and location and recurrence being withheld are excessive. So based upon the testimony and all of your questions, is there a motion? I mean, I hear what everybody's saying, but the question is if you feel that there's not enough information to make a motion, fine. Then I'll move the meeting forward. If there's a motion, then let's hear it. Okay, hearing none. I'm going to open. Go ahead, Member LaHood. Did you?
I'll make a motion that we forward our order of determination to the Board of Supervisors and indicate that there's non-compliance by the mayor's office.
Okay. So you just want to. So the motion is just to. I'll take it. Is there a second on that, or I comment on it?
This is Member Wong. I will second that motion. I don't know if Member LaHood would be open to adding a bit more detail on the specific pieces that we're looking for.
Go ahead.
Maybe mentioning a section violation as well.
I think that's a good idea.
Chair Wolf, this is Victor Young.
Yep.
Yeah, an order of determination on this matter, I believe, was already issued. Are you suggesting that we update that order?
If the task force feels that the reasons that the respondent gives is not sufficient, and that the information that the order of determination was requiring them of, it can make a subsequent motion to be more specific as to exactly if it's needed to be more specific. Otherwise it can just continue to maintain that order and compel the respondent to comply with the order of determination. If they continue not to do that, then the task force has other means to deal with that at that point.
I would cite specifically 6726, which is failing to keep withholding to a minimum, because they are releasing information. It's not that they're saying we won't give you anything, but I think the task force believes they should be releasing more information that they are on an ongoing basis. Do others agree with me on that?
Well,
this is Member Wong. I agree with that.
But what was the? Let's see. What was that already included in the?
It's already in our in our order of determination.
Right. So why? The question is why repeat that? I mean,
you asked for a reason. I'm trying to determine what can we do. We've already issued an order of determination. This was sent to compliance. We've heard from both parties. We're hearing from the respondent that they do not intend to give any more information than they're currently giving. So there's continued violation of failing to keep withholding to a minimum.
Okay.
And we're seeking backing from, another part of city government, because there's not much more than we can do at this point other than say, well, you need to keep coming back to compliance and amendments and continue to tell us, give us updates where there will be no changes, because there's no way for us to compel any additional activity. Unless you think there is.
Well, I'm not sure that sending this to the Board of Supervisors, it's just would be a notification. I don't know what the Board of Supervisors doesn't necessarily have enforcement power. The legislative branch doesn't have enforcement power over the executive branch in that way for this purpose. If you feel, I'm a little more inclined to think that if a correction needs to be made, that we request that the and recognizing Member Padmanabhan on 5:30, that we request the respondent to comply with the by action to comply with the specifics of what we want them to do, and if they continue to not do that, then we have other avenues that we can refer this to. I don't think the Board of Supervisors is not going to help to get any further action. Member Schmidt, and then Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I'm inclined to think favorably on the pending motion, but since it's still a pending motion and it hasn't been seconded, what I guess I'd like to see something where we make it very clear that the items that are being sought, which is telephone, Zoom, Microsoft meetings, and in City Hall calendar information, that they do not fall within the state law exceptions, the state law exemptions that are cited, which is one is for security procedures, and the other 1040 is for confidential information. I just don't see that those provisions apply to those. And I think that because we already have an order, what we're doing is saying, look, you're not complying with the order with regard to these specific things.
Okay, and it has been seconded by Member Wong.
Would you rather that we modify this and say send it to ethics, which I'm trying to figure out what would be, what do you think will be more fruitful in this instance, or do you think we just reiterate and request that they respond, that they follow our order of determination in a more specific way?
Well, I think the testimony that we've heard is that first of all, that the petitioner complainant has suggested that at bare minimum, at least provide, or at best, I should say, provide the virtual meetings, because they're not necessarily revealing any location of any one person. And with the ability of all these systems to blur a black background or provide a alternative background, it makes anonymity. It makes kind of anonymity of the location, or hiding the location even more obscure. So I think that's important. I'm not necessarily convinced of the respondents' response to that. There could, if it was physical location, I could say, okay, there on a case-by-case basis, there may be some value in that. But I also am concerned about the passive meeting body point, that members of the public can attend a passive meeting body, and without, how are they supposed to know about it? It's not necessarily agendized meeting per se, but the agenda for that meeting shows up on a calendar. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah. I guess I was wondering the same thing you brought up earlier, and I think Member Schmidt talked to also, is that I was looking at our original order of determination from last time, and there's, I guess, a little bit of a lack of specificity in it. We just said that, that we found a violation for failing to keep withholding to a minimum and failing to provide justification of withholding. So I'm wondering if perhaps we make a more specified order of determination where we lay out specifically that we think, some of the items that we've discussed today, such as the virtual meetings and so forth and so on, that we consider as part of what's necessary to comply. I'm not sure that sending it to the Board of Supervisors at this stage, you would even give the board, if they were even in a position to do something, enough specificity to find what our issues are with this. So I think at the minimum we need to talk about those items that have been brought up already. I don't know at that point if we want to couple that with a referral or if we want to just make the motion that we want to include those items that we consider including those items as part of complying with the order and see if the mayor's office will do so. I'm not sure about that.
Well, why don't I rescind my motion rather than trying to modify it, and someone else can make a new motion that would point to a more specific way that we are seeking compliance with our original order of determination.
Your prerogative.
I'll do that. I don't think there was support for it.
Okay. So we'll consider the item to be rescinded. I would suggest more of an affirmation, something to the effect of that we affirm that the date, time, and location of virtual meetings and meetings in City Hall are deemed to be public and should not be withheld on this Prop G calendar.
Is that a motion?
That is my suggestion. If somebody wants to make that into a motion, go ahead.
Can we include telephone calls that are scheduled?
However you want to elaborate on it, go ahead and then make the motion.
Okay.
But that's my suggestion.
Okay, this is Vice Chair Yankee. I guess I'll go for that. I will move to affirm our original order determination in this matter and include that the task force feels that including all information regarding telephone, virtual, or City Hall meetings be included in the items turned over to the respondent to ensure compliance with the order.
And specifically date and time.
Specifically date and time, yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Schmidt. I would just ask the maker of the motion, instead of saying that the task force feels, I would make it a little more concrete and say deems.
Yeah, the task force determines.
Determines. Okay, good. Okay.
Excuse me, Member Yankee, I didn't get the whole of that motion. Would you mind repeating it, please?
Yeah, I'll do my best here. I would say the task force affirms its original order of determination.
You started out with motion to affirm original order.
Ms. Leger, I would appreciate if we don't do that because he stated it in a very specific way, and if he didn't write it down, it's on the record in the recording. I would appreciate if we can just listen to the playback of the recording, and we'll have the correct language.
I'm doing this to make sure that I do get the correct language.
Okay. Vice Chair Yankee, do you want to take a crack at this?
I'll try under what you just said. So I would say that the task force affirms the order of determination, the initial order of determination in this matter, and deems that the date and time of virtual, telephone, and city hall meetings is required for compliance with the original order.
Location?
Location, if it's in city hall.
And participants.
And participants, yes. I'm assuming though that I think that the participants were already being turned over. Is that correct, Member Lloyd? Or were they?
I think generally yes, but not always.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll include it in the motion then, just to be safe.
Okay.
Still seconded.
Okay, great. So the way I have it is Sunshine Ordinance Task Force affirms the original order of termination on this matter and deems the date, time, location, and participants in the, just being more just descriptive in the Prop G calendars.
No, this would be future calendars.
But no, the forward-looking calendars.
Forward-looking, okay. In the future calendars of virtual meetings, telephone, or virtual, telephone, and city hall meetings be noted, stated,
disclosed,
be disclosed. Okay. Okay. Mr. Leger, did you get that?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay. Public comment on the motion. Oh,
I would like to.
Wait a second. Before we do that, Member Wong, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a note for anyone who's listening and also for Ms. Leger that the motion was made at about an hour and 34 minutes into the recording.
Thank you.
Okay, let's open up for public comment.
I would like to make public comment. I'm Patrick.
Do we have other public commenters?
We do.
I would
I'm
like
sorry?
I would like to make a public comment.
Okay. Did we have somebody else say they want to make a public comment?
All right, so when we do this, as we did before, we're requesting if you're asking to be put on this public comment list, please state how you want to be identified so that Mr. Leger can keep you in order. Thank you.
I'm Patrick, and I want to make a comment.
Okay.
Yeah, and my name is Mimi Klosner.
Okay.
David Pilpel.
Public commenter? Mr. Pilpel, okay, 3.
Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, so that's 4.
Okay, why don't you get rolling on that, then we can ask for more after.
Okay. Mr. Monette Shaw, would you like to begin?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Patrick Monette Shaw. Mayor Breed and her staff's non-compliance with an OD is not surprising. First, when she was still a supervisor representing District 5, the task force referred Breed to the DA's office for having violated approximately 8 Sunshine Ordinance violations. Also, when she was a supervisor, she initially opposed legislation requiring each city supervisor to release their Prop G calendars. Yesterday, news broke the Ethics Commission has reached a stipulation with Breed for a fine of almost $23,000 for 4 ethics violations. I agree with anonymous number 3 and his position. Mr. Heckle's claim of a need to prevent disturbances or disruptions in future meetings is overly broad and an overreach. I urge the task force to add an amendment to this motion to not only strengthen the finding of the initial order of determination, but also to refer this not to the Board of Supervisors, but to the enforcement agencies in the ordinance, meaning it should be referred for non-compliance with an order of determination to both the district attorney and the Ethics Commission. Please amend this motion. Thank you.
Do we have another public commenter?
Yes. Do you want me to speak now?
Ms. Klausner,
Yes.
are you ready?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead.
First of all, okay, yeah. First of all, I want to say I find it extremely disorienting not to be able to see the members of the task force, and I don't understand why there can't be some sort of video conferencing that people can at least view. The other thing is I am commenting on this just because I'm waiting for my own agenda item, which comes after the general public comment. If there is an enforcement mechanism, as the previous speaker has said, either through the DA or the Ethics Commission, I don't know why you're not forwarding on the violation of your order to those bodies. I mean, it seems pretty clear that Mayor Breed is not going to change what they're doing, even if it comes with more specificity. And I just say, let any enforcement mechanisms, take its go through the process with that. Why are we pussyfooting around here? So I guess that's it for me now. Thank you. What, did you hear what I just said?
Yes, we heard everything.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have another speaker?
Oh, Bill Sullivan.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you took
Someone was before me.
I took a list.
I think Mr. Pilpel was next.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you, just a second. Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Pilpel.
Great. Thanks. David Pilpel, former member of this task force. I've been listening since 5 because I had some general public comment to offer whenever you get there. I'm not familiar with all the specifics of this particular case, but I picked up a lot of it in the discussion in the last 45 minutes. Much of this seems like old territory to me. If the task force has already found a violation, then you have some choices to address alleged non-compliance. I believe Mr. Monette Shaw spoke to that a few moments ago. More broadly, Section 67.29-5 has specific content and timing requirements for certain retrospective official calendars. Whether that is the only calendar requirement to maintain and disclose, or if those requirements only apply to those specific individuals, is open to discussion. Future calendars, as in calendars of events that have not yet occurred, may still be public records subject to disclosure and possible redaction where appropriate. I believe that specific reasons for non-disclosure or redaction based on the actual facts of an event or whatever other articulable basis should be cited instead of general reasons like security or whatever. I think you've got to be very narrow and in terms of reasons for non-disclosure or redaction, not just citing 1040 or security or those sorts of things. I believe that passive meeting bodies are covered separately under 67.3. I would point out that this task force spent a lot of time when I served on it dealing with then District Attorney George Gascon, who had terrible calendars, and in some cases, no public calendar for days and weeks. And we spent a lot of time with his staff to encourage, cajole, require, et cetera, get them to have a public calendar that had content in it. So to that end, and here's where I want to close. Thank you. Here's where I want to close. I think this task force, regardless of what you do on this particular motion, may want to create some specific guidance to departments, department heads, elected officials, those subject to calendar requirements, with examples of good calendar entries and good ways to describe what has been done, and perhaps what you would like to see on calendars prospectively and not just retrospectively. Those would be my thoughts, unless you have questions. Thank you for listening.
Do we have another speaker?
Yes, please. Can you hear me? This is Peter Warfield, Library Users Association.
Okay, you ready, sir?
Which sir are you referring to? Because I've been saying this repeatedly, and it turned out that part of the time I was not. I was muted. So who are you talking to?
Well, you can go next, sir, if that's what you'd like to do.
Who is you? Who is you? Is it Mr. Sullivan? Is it Mr. Pilpel? Who is it?
Okay, please do not argue with the staff. If you have an issue, please address it to the chair.
I don't know who is going next. I'm asking for a name or some identifier, which I have given repeatedly, I thought. And I don't even know if you're hearing me now, or I'm referring to somebody else.
Okay, sir, we hear you. Ms. Leger, who next do you have on your list?
I thought it was Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, so please call them as we had started with 4. I think Mr. Sullivan was the last person of the first 4. And then I requested that you then ask for a next grouping. So let's keep track of who speaks up and is on the
Peter
list.
Warfield on the list.
Okay.
We will put you on the list, Mr. Warfield. You'll be right after Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yep.
You ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, 6721E says, upon the determination that the record is public, the Sunshine Task Force shall immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with the person's request. If the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order within 5 days, the task force shall, which means will, notify the district attorney or the attorney general, who may take whatever measure she or he deems necessary to ensure compliance with the provision of this ordinance. So I think the task force needs to follow the Sunshine Ordinance and notify either the district attorney or attorney general. If you don't get compliance within 5 days, the fact that if they don't do anything, that doesn't matter. They may or may not take whatever measures, but you are required to do that. And then if you keep doing it, they may get a lot of these notifications and go, hey, what's going on here? And they may actually do something. I agree with what's been said about taking the provisions narrowly as to being redacted. I don't think security to the property, as far as like whether a pig head ends up on the property or not, matters. It's a moot point because the properties always exist time and regardless of where the meeting is taking place. As far as security, where the meeting is in like a Zoom call or something like that, I would suspect it would be either City Hall or the mayor's home. And so those should be always under security. And as far as meetings open to the public, again, they'll have enough time to provide security. It's up to the task of security people to provide that security for the mayor, and they should do it regardless of whether time is given out or not. So I just don't see the whole location thing as a major point. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Mr. Warfield,
Yes.
are you ready, sir?
Let me know when to start. I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. Pretty much in general, I think the public has made excellent comments, and I would summarize that by saying follow the law. The law specifies where specifically you must or should send any violation notification. And even if you've had bad experiences with people specifically in the past, and I know that there have been bad, meaning non-responsive at best, experiences, nonetheless, times change, personnel change, and so on. So I think that the supervisors are not specifically named as a place to send something. There's nothing wrong with it. I think you have every right to send it anywhere you want, including the newspapers, including anywhere else that you think would be useful. But you shouldn't ignore the specifics of the law in making your proposal, your motion. I'm very concerned about the broadness of security and what could be viewed as a kind of paranoia. Certainly nobody wants anything bad to happen in any way to the mayor, but I think that location is important, and it's a reason for rules about location and where meetings can happen in public meetings and so on. If, for example, the mayor were meeting in Trump Tower or at the campaign donors' headquarters, that might be a very relevant thing to know. And I think, well, I know for a fact that the Library Commission in the past actually had its closed meeting in another location other than the library where they were supposedly meeting. That was very interesting as well. So I think the location is important, as well as all the things that the motion says, which we certainly would support as something that would improve openness. The other thing that I would be concerned with is
30 seconds.
I think location should be not limited to just virtual meetings or just City Hall meetings. People know where the mayor's office is, where the Board of Supervisors meets. People know where the president lives and where Congress is. Are we supposed to make a secret of where they do their business because it might be a security issue? I think if we have a civil society, we can't think that way. That's taking it too far. So I think you should actually expand the motion, but certainly support it for as far as it goes. Thanks very much.
Any other public comment on the motion? Okay, hearing none, public comment is closed. I have an amendment. And the amendment shall read, and it's extensive, so I'm going to read it, including the current motion, and then I'll tell you where I'm making amendments. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force affirms the original order of determination in this matter and deems, and here's an amendment, and orders, end of that amendment, that the date, time, location, and participants in the future calendars, virtual, telephone, and city hall meetings be disclosed immediately. And here's the beginning of my amendment, starting with immediately, and provide confirmation of their actions or inactions within 5 days of this meeting, period. If continued non-compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force order of determination of this file, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force administrator shall notify the chair, who will order the matter to be referred to the district attorney per Administrative Code Section 6721E and the Ethics Commission for a show cause hearing as per Ethics Commission Enforcement Regulations, Section 10B, period. End of amendment. And that's a motion to amend.
This is Vice Chair Yankee. I'll second that.
Okay. Members, any discussion or comment on the amendment?
Sounds good.
Okay, then I'm going to open it up again for public comment just on the amendment.
Peter Warfield. Did anybody hear my name?
Yes, we heard
you. Yes, I did, Mr. Warfield. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead,
Just
sir.
let me know when to begin.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. Thank you to the chair for strengthening this motion with the changes that he has made. I did not understand the last bit, the reference to the section. I understood section referring potentially to the DA under section 67.21E, and I'm familiar with an ethics referral, but what I heard was section N as in Nancy, B as in boy. So I don't understand what that is. I hope that you can clarify that to refer to where the Ethics Commission is, in fact, as I recall, in the law for referral of violations, basically, for enforcement. Thanks very much.
I'll just respond to that. It's section 10, subsection B. Okay, next speaker. Last call for public comment on the motion to amend. Okay, public comment is closed. Are we ready for a vote? Okay, great. Please call the roll.
Wait, I was trying to make a public comment and I was still on mute. Can I please speak?
Yes, I'll be just this one. Go ahead.
Just a moment,
I'm Patrick Manetshaw. I commend.
Just a moment, sir. Mr. Manetshaw, just a moment.
All right.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought I had unmuted myself Thank you, Chair Wolf. I want to repeat, I commend Chair Wolf for his leadership on the task force. I support his amendment that is now being debated, but I would strongly urge him to reconsider and strike the provision that the mayor's office is going to get another 5-day bite at the apple. They don't deserve another 5-day period. They have proven over and over and over that they are not going to comply with anonymous number 3's initial complaint. I think you should strike from the motion that you're going to give them 5 days and instead clarify in the motion that you are, in fact, going to refer this matter to ethics and the DA today. Thank you.
Okay, public comment is closed. Members are ready for a vote. Okay, hearing no objection, please call the roll. And this is only on the amendment. Once this it's determined what the outcome of the amendment is, then we will vote on the whole motion that includes the amendment.
Okay. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland, absent. The motion passes. Let me just see if I can. I typed this as you were speaking at Bruce. Moved by Chair Wolf, second by Member Yankee, that the Sunshine Task Force affirms the original order of determination in this matter and orders that the date, time, location, and participants in future calendars.
No, you missed something. It's the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force affirms the original order of determination in this matter and deems and orders that the date, time, location, and participants, and then so on. The original motion that was made by Vice Chair Yankee and Member Schmidt, that's now what we are voting on, which has the new amendment attached to it.
So,
are you giving a report? Are you just announcing what the amendment of the vote we just did? Is that what you're trying to do?
yeah, that's what I was doing.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
You missed a couple of words in there. That's why then I'll just correct you.
No, that's fine. I'm glad you said it. Moved by Chair Wolf, second by Member Yankee, that the Sunshine Task Force affirms the original order determination in this matter and deems and orders that the date, time, location, and participants in the future calendars of virtual telephone and city hall meetings be disclosed immediately and provide confirmation of their actions or inactions within 5 days of this meeting. If continued noncompliance with the task force order determination, the task force administrator shall notify the chair and will notify the district attorney's office and the ethics commission and request a show cause hearing.
Okay, so you're still missing some words here. In the amendment, after the word disclosed, I'm going to read it back. It will say disclosed immediately and provides confirmation of their actions or inactions within 5 days of this meeting, period. If continued non-compliance with the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force order of determination of this file, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force administrator shall notify the chair, who will order the matter to be referred to the district attorney per Administrative Code Section 67.21E and the Ethics Commission for a show cause hearing as per Ethics Commission Enforcement Regulations Section 1010B. Let me know when you've got that.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're back to the original motion, which includes the amendment. If we're ready for a vote, then please call the roll. I hear no objections. We've had some substantive public comment on this.
That would be the motion moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member Schmidt.
Correct.
All right.
With amendments.
Yeah, please, no discussion from anyone other than the chair right now. Thank you.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. So shall I read the motion made by Member Yankee?
You read the motion that includes the amendment. Yes.
So I'm basically saying what I just said.
Correct.
All right, I'll read it again. Moved by Chair Wolf, second by Member Yankee.
No, moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Schmidt.
All right. Moved by Vice Chair Yankee, second by Member Schmidt, to affirm the SOTF original order of determination in this matter, and deems that the date and time.
No, please, Ms. Leger, just read the from the motion that we just made, that I repeated into the record. It is the original motion that includes the amendments that we just voted on.
that the SOTF, the task force, affirms the original order of determination in this matter and deems and orders that the date, time, location, and participants in the future calendars of virtual telephone and city hall meetings be disclosed immediately and provide confirmation of their actions or inaction within 5 days of this meeting. If continued non-compliance with the task force order of determination of this file, the task force administrator shall notify the chair, who will order the matter to be referred to the Ethics Commission for a show cause hearing and notify the district attorney.
Yeah, the matter to be referred to the district attorney per Administrative Code 6721E and the Ethics Commission for a show cause hearing as per Ethics Commission Enforcement Regulations, Section 1010B, period. Okay, thank you. Let's move to public comment. And after public comment, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Can a party ask a question or no about what just happened?
No, we're done.
Okay.
If you have a question, you can address it to me directly through our office.
I would like to make a public comment on public comment.
Okay, hold on.
And I'm Patrick.
Let Ms. Leger announce it first. When you're ready, please call the next item.
Yes, I will. Just a moment. Mr. Manette Shaw, are you ready?
Please.
I am. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need to put on my glasses with one hand. Sorry. Now I'm ready.
Yeah. Hold on a moment, please. Ms. Leger, please call the next item, item number 4, into the record.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Proceed.
Do we have one public comment? Do we have other public commenters?
Yes, please. Peter Warfield, Library Users Association.
Okay, you're speaker number 2. Do we have other
Who
public
is
commenters?
speaker number 2? Did you hear my name? Please repeat it.
Mr. Warfield, I heard your name. You are
Thank you.
speaker number 2.
Thank you.
Dr. Susan
Anonymous number 3.
We have 3
I'll
speakers
go
now,
after
including
Sullivan.
Hello, my name is Teresa Foglio Ramirez. I would like to speak under public comment.
Just a moment, please. Okay. So we have Mr. Manette Shaw, Mr. Warfield, Anonymous 3, Mr. Sullivan, and Ms. Annette Warfield. Is that correct? Hello?
Mr. Tedeschi?
Mr. Tedeschi? Okay.
Thank you.
I believe there was a person who was identified as a doctor. Can you please repeat your name?
Sumchai.
Dr. Sumchai, okay. Are you wishing to make public comment, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I believe there's also Ms. Leo Ramirez in there as well.
I didn't hear that.
I believe Ms.
Yes,
Leo Ramirez was also there.
Thank you. Yes, Teresa Foglio Ramirez.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Manette Shaw, are you ready to speak?
Yes. Please add David Pilpel. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Manette Shaw, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Let me recap briefly previous complaint. I filed complaint number 20 on January 17th, 2020 against the city attorney, alleging the CAO had converted an IDR I placed on December 26, 2019 to a standards records request and said they would provide the requested records in 10 days on January 6, 2020. On January 6, 2020, the CAO invoked a second 14-day extension citing CIPRA Section 6253C. SOTF's Compliance and Amendments Committee held a hearing 10 months later on November 24, 2020, forwarding my January 17th complaint to the full task force, which held a hearing on February 3rd, 2021, a year after I had submitted the complaint. The task force ruled the CAO had violated 6721 and 6725B. 4 months later, SOTF issued an order of determination on June 15th, 2021 that didn't mention the second 14-day extension caused CAO's timeliness violation. Guess what? The CAO just repeated the same stunt. I placed a new IDR on July 2nd, 2021. 10 days later, the CAO said on July 12th it would respond by July 26th, and then magically on July 26th, the CAO then invoked a second 2-week extension. On the first complaint, it took fully 17 months between the time it was filed and when the order of determination was issued. On the second complaint that just happened last month, it took the CAO 10 days.
30 seconds.
What?
30 seconds.
It took the CAO 10 days to even bother replying. When it did, it invoked a 14-day extension. At that point, it was 24 days. Now they're saying, I'll get it 2 weeks later, at some point in August. That amounts to a 38-day delay in responding. You have to rein in the city attorney's office. They're not complying with your orders. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Mr. Warfield?
Yes, let me know when to begin.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. And I say those things because I think they're an important mitigation of the absence of an actual hearing and, unfortunately, the virtual hearing that we're having here. First of all, I'd like to say I have a number of points. First of all, we won, if you like, a case on June 2nd against the Library Commission for not providing us with an opportunity to make public comment back in July. We filed our complaint the next day after the meeting, had a hearing on June 2nd, where you upheld on a 9-to-1 vote. There was no clarity, unfortunately, from the library as to what went wrong. They referred vaguely to technical errors, technical issues, and we had said there was no change in the library's behavior whatsoever, with one exception just before the meeting where they take a pause if they're hearing that there's nobody on the list for making public comment. But they didn't make any promises or discuss in any way what they would change. There was no order and no referral. I think this desperately needs to be referred because, as Anonymous number 3 said, this is an important decision. It has to do with how all the city agencies conduct their meetings and will set a standard for future meetings. Well, the library in June and in July had absolutely no changes to their numerous problematic ways in which they deny effective public comment to the public. No change at all. And I would like to say that I think this desperately needs to be referred to one or more of the committees on the task force. Also, it's been 9 weeks since June 2nd, and we have not seen an order of determination. There's later on this agenda, there's a chair's report, and I think it's very problematic. It's not clear what the actions are. It's certainly not an action on the chair's report, and it groups together multiple complex issues in a single item, which I think is very wrong. In general, I think there's a real crisis of open government in this city.
30 seconds.
There's widespread flouting of the law, and your backlog is increasing. And I don't think you need to blame the public who is filing complaints because there are actual alleged and, in most cases, discovered violations. You need to look at Section 6730 and beyond for what you can do on a larger scale regarding basically an outbreak and an infection of a widespread nature. Thank you.
Before you get to the next speaker, Mrs. Chair Wolf, I just want to remind everyone that public comment for this particular item are for matters that are within the task force's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. Thank you.
Anonymous 3, I think you were next.
I don't think I am. I believe there's 2 people ahead of me and then me. But I'm happy to go if you would like me to.
We'll get to everyone, I promise. I promise.
All right. Please let me know if you want me to begin. I am.
You ready, sir?
I am. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
So I've come here and denounced various city officials, the city attorney, the mayor, the chief of police, all sorts. Today we're going to talk about the PUC, Rec and Park, and the district attorney, and not what's on today's agenda. So the PUC has finally, after months, provided certain records from their contractor, AECom Parsons joint venture, of that contractor's I can't speak. There's 2 of me. Someone has their microphone.
Please stop. Victor, can you please mute everyone and then anonymous 3.
Shall I reset anonymous 3's time?
Yes, please reset this time.
Yes, give me 1 moment. I will mute the other callers. Please note, I do not know anybody's phone number, so if I do mute Anonymous's number, you just unmute yourself.
Are we all muted now?
Not yet.
This is anonymous number 3. If someone tells me when to begin, I will begin again.
Okay, I think it's all fixed now. Ms. Leger, please let the speaker know when they're ready to begin.
Anonymous 3, I have restarted your time.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks. Do you want me to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. This is anonymous number 3. There's still something going on, but anyway, I've come here and denounced the city attorney, the mayor, the chief of police, and many other officials. Today, I'm going to tell you about PUC, Park and Rec, and the district attorney, and it's not related to the DA case today. So the PUC has finally provided certain records from their contractor, AECom Parsons joint venture, as they're required to do but not all of the records. And these are records of meeting minutes and checks and payments for something called community benefits. And this has been quite in the news. They need to turn over all these records. There's no law that allows the city attorney to help AECOM Parsons narrow this information down, and they shouldn't be doing it. The Park and Rec General Manager Phil Ginsburg, completely refuses to respond to any of my requests about his communications with Parks Alliance. We know he reads my requests because of email read receipts. He's willfully violating the law, and this is about the email threatening Supervisor Chan. And finally, the district attorney yesterday rejected in whole a request from a journalist, Gabriel Gressler, and they used the balancing test to do it. And the reason that they can do it for his texts and signals is because you might remember the mayor has allowed balancing tests, but this task force last June unanimously approved a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors doing its kind of high-level duty to terminate those portions of the COVID fifth emergency supplement. You should re-raise that as an issue, and you need to terminate that. The balancing test is being used, for example, by the district attorney. It is also used to hide information about homeless shelters. The balancing test has absolutely no place in San Francisco. The voters outlawed it, and we should get back to doing what the voters said and allowing full public access to information without this random subjective gray area they can cite. Thank you very much.
Pew! Pew, pew!
May we have no disruptions of the meeting, please? Everybody please mute unless you're called upon to speak. Thank you.
I believe our next speaker was Ms. Ramirez. Is that correct? Ms. Ramirez, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Wow, this would really be on WebEx or Streams. It's so difficult, and it's difficult for, I'm sure, you and the public. But yes, my name is Teresa Foglio Ramirez, Public Sector Business Agent for Labor's Local 261, representing 5,000 members, 1,000 of which work for the city and county of San Francisco. Our membership has firsthand knowledge and has suffered due to the lack of transparency. And without transparency, it's difficult to have accountability. The work this task force does is very important, and we support increased funding and resources, as well as the expansion of authority and enforcement. So please keep up the good work. We really appreciate you, and this is a very important job that you're doing, and we're counting on you. Thank you so much.
I believe Mr. Pilpel was next.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Okay.
Great. Okay, David Pilpel, former member of the task force, just for identification. I had three brief topics to discuss, and then I'm going to go and wish you all well. I am concerned about the task force's case backlog. I took a moment to look at the administrator's report. It looks like you've got 140 some odd cases. That's the highest I ever remember reading. If it was higher in the last 12 months, that's possible, but it's certainly an extraordinary number. I would urge you more strongly than I have in the past, in as strong terms as I can think of, to find ways, and by ways I mean not just a single way, but multiple ways to reduce, minimize, and manage that backlog. That suggests to me that anyone who files a new complaint today may not be heard for months and months unless they can pull some strings or argue that they've got some hardship or whatever. But in any event, it's just an unbelievable caseload, and whatever you can do, whether it's stipulations, consent calendar, more committee meetings, grouping, clustering, limiting the number that people can file, aging things out, whatever you can do to manage that, I most strongly encourage you to do so. That just really, I saw that and almost freaked out with that. Similarly, I understand that you sought additional resources from the Board of Supervisors to address your both the backlog and other issues that you're trying to deal with, and that didn't go anywhere. So I'm not sure what I could do or what others can do to see that you get additional resources. But clearly there's a huge imbalance between the workload that you have now and the resources allocated. Perhaps you'll discuss that later, and perhaps I can get some feedback on that after the meeting from someone. And finally, I wanted to suggest, if you have not already done so, that you memorialize in a document and make public what has been learned under COVID, both in terms of public meetings and public records. So those things that have been changed and are good, as in public comment through virtual meetings where that can be done efficiently and effectively, might continue in the future, and other ways to get public records and encouraging departments to post more information on a very timely basis on their website, et cetera. And where things have not gone well, that those practices end ASAP or with the end of the pandemic, et cetera.
Your time is up, sir.
Can I have 10 seconds to finish my sentence? I didn't have a 30-second warning.
Go ahead, finish your thought.
Great, thanks. And my thought is, if you have already taken action to support various legislation or other things, that you somehow memorialize that in a document that you can post on your website so everyone knows where the task force stands on things going forward post-COVID. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for listening.
Do we have other public comments?
Ain't gonna happen, all right?
Yes, Dr. Ahimsa Sumchai had requested a public comment. I believe I was third. I wanted to make a brief comment about consistencies in the wording in the meeting agenda that can convey bias or prejudice. And I'd like you to look at the wording for each of the 4 files that are on today's agenda. In file number 19103, it's a complaint that states
I'm sorry,
violating.
Dr. Sumchai, I am going. I'm sorry, and some may consider this to be a violation of the ordinance, but the general public comment for this item is for items that are within our jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Yes,
So
well, that's what I'm just using these as an example. The issue I'm raising is that the wording in the 4 files is different. It uses violating versus alleged violations, and what I'm asking is that you be consistent. If the complaint states that it is a violation, state that rather than in a select file use the term alleged violation versus a violation, because that does convey bias. And I also think that you should be consistent in how you identify elected officials. For example, Mayor London Breed and the Office of the Mayor are identified, but the District Attorney's Office in Chesa Boudin are identified in a manner that suggests that you've stripped the District Attorney of his title. So those are some points that I want to make in general about the agenda and being consistent and not injecting prejudice or bias in subtle wordings.
Okay, before we hear the next speaker, I just want to apologize for for that interruption. We really are trying to make sure that we're not, we keep to how the agenda is organized. I will just respond to that quickly by saying any new cases, any new files that are coming to the task force from a committee after being found that there's jurisdiction, that the records are public or within our jurisdiction, the verbiage that we use is allegedly violating. If the item has already been heard by the task force and an order of determination has already been issued, then a violation exists. And so we remove the word allegedly because it is not alleged anymore. The task force has already determined that it is a violation at that point. So I hope that clarifies the speaker's concerns. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ms. Leger, can you please call the next speaker?
Do we have other public commenters? Anybody who wants to make public comment but has not had a chance to speak?
Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, this is Dentist Odessa. Hello, Dentist Odessa.
I heard you, sir. Just a moment. Mr. Sullivan is next. Mr. Sullivan, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
At the last full task force meeting, there was a discussion around a custodian of record responsibility, section 67.21c. The custodian of public records shall assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, and nature of any records or information maintained by, available to, or in the custody of the custodian. A narrow interpretation of that provision would be only to the records that are within the department. A broader interpretation with available is if they have access to the records. How the task force members vote often falls on how narrowly or broadly you read a provision. California Constitution, the courts, and the Sunshine Ordinance instruct you to interpret provisions broadly and, importantly, only narrowly if the law expresses specifically to the contrary. Constitution Article 1, Section 3B2. A statute, court, rule, or other authority shall be broadly construed if it furthers the people's rights of access and narrowly construed if it limits the rights of access. Sierra Club versus Superior Court. Where the terms are ambiguous, the constitutional canon requires that an interpretation that maximizes the public's rights of access unless the legislature has expressly provided to the contrary. In other words, all public records are subject to disclosure unless the legislature has expressly provided to the contrary. William versus Superior Court. This is all to say that if a task member is going to vote against a broad interpretation of public access provision, then you should cite a specific provision of the statute that provides to the contrary or is a specific exemption. Custodians of records by department is a construct of the city departments and not the Sunshine Ordinance. There could be a custodian of records for the executive branch or the whole city. While the term department is defined in 6720A, it is not used in conjunction with defining custodians of records or availability to records. A custodian of records is defined as, in 6721A, every person having custody of any public record or public information as defined herein is a custodian of record. This definition says every person, not even qualifying only to city officials or a designated person. You just have to have custody of the records or information. If a city official responsible for a city program that interacts with any person who has any public records or information, then the public records or information is available to them. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Tedeschi, are you ready? Mr. Tedeschi?
Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Mr. Tedeschi, are you there? Mr. Tedeschi. All right, so I'll reserve Mr. Tedeschi's place. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back and reopen public comment for Mr. Tedeschi only, if he so wishes to make a comment, and then we'll continue with our meeting. So it's coming on 6:45. We'll return back at 6:55, and we are in recess. Thank you. Ms. Leger, are you there? Ms. Leger, are you there? Mr. Young, are you there? Ms. Leger, are you there? Ms. Leger, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Is everybody else here?
Yes. Ready to come back? Is the recording started?
The recording never stopped.
Okay, very good. Okay, going to reopen general public comment for Mr. Tedessa. Are you present, Mr. Tedessa? If you are here, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Mr. Tedessa, are you here? Okay. Well, I'm going to close public comment and please call the next item.
Item number 5, file number 20106, complaint filed by Mimi Klausner against the Police Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7 by grouping several agenda items into one, and 6715 by failing to allow participation in public comment during a police commission meeting.
Okay. I believe I was chairing this meeting for EOT, and there's not much more I can add. If anybody else on EOT has anything else to add? No? Okay, then let's begin. This is a fresh file. We'll go through a regular complaint procedure. Each party will receive 5 minutes for opening testimony. We'll ask for any persons or supporting witnesses. The task force will then have a question and answer period to provide any additional information or clarification on discovery of the facts. We'll then have rebuttals from either party. The respondent will be first, the petitioner will be second, and then the task force will deliberate. A motion may come forth, and we'll have public comment on the motion, and then we'll vote. Are both parties present? Ms. Klausner?
Yes, I'm here.
And it's a representative from the Police Commission.
Yes, Sergeant Youngblood.
Very good. Okay.
Excuse me. I thought that that the president of the commission, Malia Cohen, was supposed to be here.
The task force, the Sunshine Ordinance, does not require the actual custodian or person in question to appear. So a representative can be sent, as long as they have complete knowledge of the issue, so that the questions can be answered positively.
Okay.
All right, please wait for Ms. Leger with the clock. Ms. Klausner, you'll be first. You have 5 minutes.
Ms. Klausner, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I am sorry that Malia Cohen is not here, because she is the one that's the decision maker. Sergeant Youngblood carries out her desires, and so she could speak to what her thinking is, behind not separating out these items. But such as it is, we will proceed. As I said earlier, I do appreciate that the commission is now hearing general public comment at the beginning of its meeting. But according to the July 21st, 2021 commission agenda, the latest one that's up there that has any items in it, it is still listing 3 disparate items: the chief's report, the Department of Police Accountability Director's report, and the commission reports under one agenda item. The 3 reports are from 2 different organizational entities reporting to the commission, each with distinctive responsibilities, as well as from the commission itself. If the chief reports on a significant event, such as a police shooting or public demonstration, the public has to wait until the end of the commission report before being able to comment. Moreover, so there's a waiting factor involved. Moreover, the public will only have 2 and sometimes only 1 minute to comment on 3 different items, being those 3 different reports. This is highly restrictive, particularly in those instances when each report raises substantial issues. Also, apparently in the interest of time, the commission is now limiting discussion of the chief's report of unplanned activities and the DPA director's report of all issues to whether to calendar that discussion for a future meeting. This limits the ability of the commissioners to question the chief and DPA director on significant issues in a timely way, and reflects, on significant issues in a timely way. I request that these restrictions, which were introduced over the past year, be removed from the agenda. And lastly, there should be some indication on the agenda that public comment is taken after each item. This will be less confusing for a first-time public commenter who may not understand the difference between general public comment, now held at the beginning of the meeting, and public comment on a particular agenda item. Preferably, the words public comment should be listed at the end of each item, alerting both the president and the public of this opportunity. I think that's all I have to say, since the issue seems to be fairly straightforward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner, the complainant? Okay, hearing none, Sergeant Youngblood, please wait for Ms. Leger and the clock.
Sergeant Youngblood, are you ready?
I am ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. So regarding the complaint by Amy Klausner, I have spoken with Commissioner Cohen regarding the agenda and the public comment. At the beginning of the year, Commissioner Cohen has moved public comment to the beginning of the agenda instead of being midway through in order to let the public make public comment sooner. The 3 items regarding the reports to the commission are from, as she stated, from the chief, from DPA, and they have been limited to 5 minutes so that the public has a quicker time to respond back to that particular line item. But that line item reports to the commission are all one item, whereas they are 2 entities that both report to the commissioners, so they have 5 minutes each, which is 10 minutes. So the public does not have that long to report or give public comment on that particular item. Commissioner Cohen has been satisfied with the advice that she has received from the city attorney's office, that she believes that it is her preference to keep the agenda the way it is. As far as the public comment, during my time as the secretary in the last 2.5 years, we have never limited public comment less than 2 minutes. So the public comment has always been 2 minutes or 3 minutes when Commissioner Taylor was there. And the final item that was talked about, as far as putting public comment on the agenda, I'm not aware of where that is required. And after every line item, I do announce that it is public comment and for what that public comment is meant for, whether it's general public comment, or I will announce the name of the line item so that they know when and where and why they're making public comment. So that is it.
Thank you. Are any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent?
There are none.
No, it's a general question. That it's not somebody you would necessarily provide. It could be any member of the public can claim party to this. Okay, hearing none, members, the item is now with you. Member Wong.
Yeah, so I don't have any specific questions for either the petitioner or the respondent. Having observed several police commission meetings in the past myself, I strongly agree with the petitioner. I don't know if this is a conflict of interest or...
I'm sorry?
I'm just not sure if it's a conflict of interest that I've observed several meetings and I strongly agree with the petitioner.
No, it's not a conflict of interest.
Okay.
I would just ask members if you can hold your deliberated comments or comments for deliberation till after rebuttals. At this point, it's question and answer period, or to provide clarification on the facts and evidence, just to try to compartmentalize things a little bit so we can move this along efficiently. I have Member Padmanabhan and then Member Schmidt.
My question is to Sergeant Youngblood. If so, in the case, in this particular case, there were three reports that were clubbed together under one agenda item. Am I right?
There are three reports under that line item. Yes.
So if there were, so all three, and the rationale being that they are that all these three reports were, they were being reported to the same. I mean, could you give me the rationale again of why they're clubbed together?
So the line item is titled Reports to the Commission from the entities that report. It doesn't say that on it, but they are from reports to the Commission. Reports to the Commission from the entities that report to the police commissioners, which are SFPD and DPA, as well as the other commissioners who report to President Cohen as the chair.
So if there were 5 entities reporting, then they would all be clubbed together?
I'm not exactly sure how to answer that. That would, there are only 3 that report to the commission, so I couldn't answer that question for the commissioner.
And so I'm trying to get at, but these reports are entirely different. There was a question about whether they were presentations or reports. And are they reports or are they presentations? And could you explain?
They are reports. It's a brief synopsis of what happened the prior week. All presentations have been broken out, which is something else that was changed recently when Commissioner Cohen came aboard. All presentations were removed from that line item and broken out into separate line items. So for instance, if it was under the chief, if he had a report for, let's say, the early intervention system, that was at that point in time under the reports to the commission. But now that has been broken out into a separate line item so that the chief only speaks for 5 minutes on a 5-minute report on events or major incidents that have happened within the department for that last week, but there is not a presentation during that.
Okay, thank you.
Member Schmidt, go ahead.
Yeah, a question for the petitioner. You want the 3 reports to have separate line items. I want to have a basis to, I mean, I understand why, etc., but I'm trying to think of why they can't do it that way. And if you could give me some rationale, and it can be in the Sunshine Ordinance, etc., something to base this on, please.
Well, I would say I have 2 main concerns. The first is the amount of time that members of the public have to wait to comment, let's say, on the chief's report, which always comes first. Sergeant Youngblood has said that these items are now limited to 5 minutes. Well, to me, there should be no limit of 5 minutes. If there were many incidents that happened in the week and it took more than 5 minutes, that they should be told. It shouldn't be, limited by 5 minutes. So it will be 15 minutes, according to Sergeant Youngblood, that somebody would have to wait in order to comment on the on the chief's report. But we know how these meetings go, and I'd be surprised if it's limited to 5 minutes. So it's a waiting thing. And then the second thing, though, is that you only get a certain number of minutes, per public comment. Sergeant Youngblood suggested that it had never been 1 minute. I'm not remembering that, but I could be wrong because I've gone to other meetings where it has been limited to 1 minute. But let's take him at his word that it's 2 minutes. So somebody would have only 2 minutes or perhaps 3 minutes to comment on the chief's report, the DPA director's report, and the commission report. And that just isn't enough time when there are, if there are significant issues being raised, in each report.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Member Neighbors, and then Member Padmanabhan.
Hi, this question is for Ms. Klausner. Hi, Ms. Klausner. I'm wondering, this is along the same lines as Member Schmidt's question, but maybe taking it one step further. So I guess I'm wanting to hear this kind of same articulation of what is the ultimate impact of grouping these items together on transparency and public decision making. I mean, what is the end result of that for you that you're observing in the meetings?
Well, I would say that there's a limit on public input into the issues. Only allowing, let's say, 2 minutes is insufficient when there are major issues being raised. So the amount of time would limit input to it. In terms, and then I think less important, but still nonetheless, is the amount of time that that somebody would have to wait for the public comment.
How many commenters are you? I mean, I know it varies, but in the kind of scenarios that you're thinking of, how many comments are we talking about generally?
To be honest, I have stopped attending the police commission meetings, in the past 6 months. So I can't say what their load is, but there are times, especially, after a police shooting, for example, when there are many, many people who want to talk. It really varies. I think that maybe Sergeant Youngblood would be able to respond to that better than I can.
Thanks.
Okay. Everybody put down their hands. Okay. Vice Chair Yankee.
Thanks. I guess this is for Ms. Klausner. I'm looking at the attachments to the to the agenda here, and I'm on page P409 and P410, and it looks like this is a sample police commission agenda from July 8th, 2020. And I guess I'm just trying to follow along with what the issue is, because on this one, at the bottom of P409, it says 2, Chief's report. And then if you scroll down to the following page, it says 3, item number 3 is DPA director's report. And item number 4 is commission reports. But what I thought I heard you say is that they were all grouped under one item. So to me, this looks like it's 3 separate items. Maybe can you clarify?
Yeah, that does look like the way. Let me see. Chief's report. Yes, this is how I would like it to be, but that's not how it is currently.
Oh, this was included as like a sample of what you're suggesting, not an actual copy of what they do.
No, I don't. Wait, I don't know what this where this came from. Oh, no. Excuse me. Yes, sorry. This was the City of Sebastopol virtual meetings document that I had included initially, and that is, yeah, that's not the San Francisco Police Commission agenda.
Are you sure it's top P409?
Okay, yeah, no, it says, I don't know what. This, you know, I wonder whether this was something that I put together, but no, the end result is that that's not how it's done now.
Okay, so that's not how it is.
Yeah, that is not how it's done now. I sent something to Ms. Leger actually on Friday, so I think it did not get into the packet. But I took out, I cut and paste from the July. Let's see, what is it?
Ms. Klausner, your most recent submission is at the back of the packet. It goes from earliest date to the latest date.
Yeah, I don't, but did you include the one that I sent in on Friday morning? Because technically, yeah, because I think it was supposed to have been in, I noticed Thursday at 5.
Thursday night. Yeah.
Yeah, at 5, and I did not get it in, honestly, until Friday morning. But I think we should still have it.
Okay.
Pardon me, is it at P439? I'm just trying to find what you may have submitted. Ms. Klausner, is this how you're seeing them on the agenda now? If you scroll to page P439.
Wait, let me get that. Oh, it was included. Yes. Thank you. It was included.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I yeah. So it says the number 3 reports to the commission, and then you see underneath it chief's report, DPA director's report, and commission reports. And which also, I mean, not to get too nitpicky here, but it says reports to the commission. And then it says commission reports. Well, how does the commission report to itself? It doesn't even really make sense.
Okay, but just to be clear, it's the way it's on P439 is how you're seeing it routinely show up, not the way it showed up on P409. Is that correct?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
That was my question.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Member Stein.
Okay, I'm not muted. Yeah, so for me, I feel like there are 2 issues that are being raised. One, I'm not sure we have the purview to really deal with, which is how public comments are listed and whether they specifically list that they're taking public comments at the end of every agenda item. But this other issue of how items are listed and how that might curtail public comment. For me, when I was looking at 67.7A, this is the piece of the Sunshine Ordinance that seemed relevant to me, which says that a policy body, this is about agenda requirements for regular meetings. It says a policy body shall post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting. Agendas shall specify for each item of business, proposed action, and so on. And so for me, this kind of turns on, what is an item of business, right? And here what you have is, reports that are being made and 3 very different reports being sort of listed under one item. And then it's curtailing discussion because if only 2 minutes can be discussed, or you can only have 2 minutes to discuss all 3 reports, that's much more truncated than if each was listed out separately, right? And I think you could imagine a situation if a department wanted to go even further in limiting public comment, they could just have one agenda item and say it's, department business for tonight, do all the business under that one item, and then only allow, 2 minutes of public comment at the very end of the meeting if they chose to present it that way. So, but I think it all kind of hinges on what do we consider an item of business, and is it okay or not to lump multiple items together, and what impact does that have on public comment? So that's my point.
Okay, so I just want to instruct task force members that we're in a question and answer period for getting clarification. If you can please hold your deliberated comments for after rebuttals, I'd appreciate it.
But I guess I am responding a little bit to Member Schmidt, that I just want to say 67.7A seems like, and I think it's cited in the case, that seems like the relevant piece. But I understand your point. Sorry.
Okay, so I have a few questions. Sergeant Youngblood, when did you make this change to the agenda?
I believe it was January of 2021. That's about the time that President Cohen became the president.
Okay, and were you assigned to the commission at that time?
I was.
And were you assigned to the commission prior to that time?
Yes.
And prior to this change in the agenda format, did the commission allow a public comment on each of those reports?
Or you're talking about the chief's report, the DPA report, and the commission reports, was
Yes.
public comment made for all three items separately? No.
Yes. So if you have it in front of you, on page, I think it's 409, there's a sample agenda from going back to July, I think it's July 8th, 2020, where all three items are separate, as you referred to them, as separate line items. Was public comment provided for each of those line items? Items number 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah. Can I say something?
No, the question is directly to Sergeant Youngblood.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, do you not understand my question?
I understand your question. I am not sure what.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that comment, sorry.
I said I understand your question, but I do not know if it was or not.
How about any meeting prior to January? You just testified that the change in the agenda happened in January when the new president was installed. Obviously, the agendas appeared as they do in this sample prior to that January. You were present at all those other meetings. Was there public comment for each of those items?
Your particular item that you're referring to is July of 2020. I'm not exactly all of July 2020.
I'm not going to play this game with you. Okay. I'm using that as a sample. All the agendas before and after that, up until January, we were formatted like this. If you were present at any of those meetings, I'm using this just as an example. I can if you want, I can address it for December, November, October, whatever meeting you want. Of this particular report, was public comment provided for the chief's report, independent of the DPA director's report, having its own public comment period, and of the commission reports, having its own public comment. Is that how it operated at that time?
I am trying to let you know that July of 2020, that particular agenda is listed unlike the agendas that I am used to. When we do the chief's report, we have those 3 items. No, public comment is not made for the chief's report, DPA's report, and the commission's report. That is one line item for one public comment.
You know, excuse me, I really do have
No, please, Ms. Klausner, very strict on this particular period of time.
Okay.
If you're called upon,
right.
You will have an opportunity to rebut anything that is said at the end of our question and answer period.
Okay.
But please let us do our run our process here. Member Wong, go ahead. I'll come back. Member Wong? No?
Okay. Hey, sorry, I clicked on the wrong button. I just wanted to make a quick comment on the July 8th, 2020 snippet from the Police Commission agenda that's included in our packet. I don't think it actually matches the agenda from the Police Commission that day. So I'd encourage folks to take a look at the Police Commission website in order to find that agenda, because I think that the correct one would be located there.
Yeah, so the way I see it there, okay. Right, it's under, there's a line item that says report. So I'm not understanding, Ms. Klausner?
Yes, this is what I think we had, Sergeant Youngblood was put in a very awkward position just now, because that, as was pointed out, that was not the actual agenda. I think what this 409 thing was, this was, and it should have been marked as this, but it wasn't, and that is obviously my omission, but this was how we wanted it to be. So I don't understand.
You edited an agenda?
Yeah. Well, I downloaded the agenda, and then I revised it in a way that how we wanted to see it. And if that comes across as devious, it was not meant to be. I assume, let's see, in my
well, it comes across as confusing because the statement across the top says consistent with Executive Order N2920. And I mean, it's a very official looking, and it's not marked as an example.
Yes, I agree, and it should have said, revised by me.
Okay.
So yeah, and I'm looking to see. Hopefully, I indicated that in my very long letter.
All right, Sergeant Youngblood, I apologize for that directness. Members, if you go to page 407. You'll see at the top, it says City of Sebastopol Virtual Meetings document. And if you continue to scroll down, 408 has a lot of instruction. And then 409 has Police Commission agenda. Okay, and then it says San Francisco Police Commission agenda. And then it says watch San Francisco cable channel. So, Ms. Klausner, you changed all of that?
I just changed the numbering.
Well, it says San Francisco Police Commission, and then it says watch on San Francisco Cable Channel 26. It's misleading. Right. If this is what you presented.
I'm going back to my original memo. So just a moment.
I mean, there is the agenda, that agenda has correct items in it. So the consent calendar, request of chief of police for approval to accept gifts of $3 $15 Starbucks gift cards and $10 Lou's Cafe sandwiches, so on and so forth. That, you know, the items that are in it are correct. I just am, I'm not sure what yours had submitted here, what's what.
Well,
So
I had submitted it, and I'm not finding it.
Okay. So
as something
okay,
that we
so-
desired, and it
Okay.
should have been labeled as such, because
Okay.
obviously now it creates a lot of confusion here.
Yeah. Okay. So now that I understand what it is, and thank you, Member Wong, for pointing out the reports. That's good. Okay. So anybody else have any questions for Q&A on here? Okay. Let me just continue. Let me just then rephrase some of my questions.
I think Member Forsley has her hand up.
Oh, okay. There you go. Member Forsley, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to say that before this line of questioning, and before Member Wong pointed it out, the petitioner did actually say that this was a sample when she was talking before. She did denote that this was a sample of something that she wanted to see. So I just want to clarify that.
I understand that, but it was obviously edited without proper notation. So it looked as if it was official.
No, I know that, but I'm saying prior to this whole line of questioning, she had already stated that it was a sample before you even asked, Police Officer Youngblood any questions. So it wasn't as if she was trying to present it at that time during that line of questioning as something that it wasn't. She had already referred to it previously as a sample.
Yeah, it's a sample. The way I interpreted that was it was a sample of a existing agenda. It's not a sample of an existing agenda. It is now an altered agenda. And
Yeah, so I guess, but she did actually state it was something she wanted to see. It wasn't, she did state that.
And it
I just
wasn't
want to
clear to me.
clarify that.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't that she was doing something wrong, I guess, per se.
Well, it's making adjustments on an official agenda is not necessarily a good idea to do without some explicit notation of the edits that you make. Because otherwise, when I look at this and I say, oh, here's somebody's providing an example of an agenda that they're claiming is having a problem, then I'm looking at this and I'm saying, well, where's the problem? This looks okay the way it is, and it's not.
No, agree. I agree with that. I'm just saying she had already stated that.
All right, so let me get back to some questioning on Sergeant Youngblood. Then your regular, obviously your regular format is you have in your words a line item, and it's on. I'm looking on the July 8th, 2020 agenda, the same one. That there is a line item number 2. It's marked as discussion. Sub A is the chief's report. A sub B is a director's report, a DPA or director's report, and then sub C is the commissioner's report. Then there is within that president's report and general commissioner's reports. Is that correct? Is that the correct way it's formatted currently?
Correct.
Okay, great. And you provide, and in those meetings, how did you provide public comment for this particular section prior to January 1st?
At the end of that line item. That would be after the commission report.
So after commission announcements and scheduling of items? Okay, so you only allow one comment period for that whole number 2 item?
Correct.
And is that how, in your experience, that's the way it's always been?
It was like that with the previous secretary and the secretary before that.
Okay, thank you. All right, I have no other questions. Members, anything else? Okay, shall we go for rebuttals? All right. Rebuttals, Sergeant Youngblood, you'll be first. You have 3 minutes for rebuttals. Wait for Ms. Leger for the clock. Thank you.
Sergeant Youngblood, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
I actually I do not have any rebuttals on this item. As far as everything that I have stated is basically everything there is. I would like to say one quick thing and thank Mimi Klausner for her public service and making sure that everything with the police commission and the public.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Klausner, you have 3 minutes. Wait for Ms. Leger.
Are you ready, ma'am?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Firstly, I want to say I feel horrible about that the revised agenda that I had initially submitted was not indicated as such. I mean, I pride myself on, looking good and going to details, and that is just totally unacceptable as far as I'm concerned, what I did. So, and I'm very sorry that we had to waste this time sort of dealing with that. So, anyway, and I just want to say, wow, Sergeant Youngblood, I've never heard public servants say anything like that. And I just also want to say that I have felt in all of this, and, it can get, kind of ugly, and people get, in their positions and, don't talk to each other. They talk at each other. I have always felt your respect, and I have too respected you, even though I have a lot of problems with how the police, department is run. I have always felt you to be an honorable person, and I have always appreciated your sense of respect to both to me and to the other members of the public. And so, yeah. So, I hope that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force will agree with me and ask you to separate them, and that will just get done and we can move on from here. There's so much substantive things that we need to deal with. And anyway, that's all I have to say, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I have one additional kind of more selfish question for Sergeant Youngblood. Are you aware of the email that I sent you on August 12th, 2020 at 3:47 p.m.?
I am only aware of it when I saw it in the packet that was attached to the agenda, but I never received that email.
I believe I sent it directly to your email address. But okay, I'll discuss. I'm going to discuss it now. Members, we're now in our deliberation area. We can debate the merits. I just want to start off by saying that Ms. Klausner had alerted me about this situation before a complaint was filed. And I have from time to time, when I am either observing commission meetings that I decide to watch or what have you, or actively reviewing commission meetings to see how they're doing, whether they're doing things correctly or not, or running smooth meetings and allowing the public their opportunity. I noticed, based upon Ms. Klausner's alerting me, that the agenda is as shown, that Member Wong referred us to, and how Sergeant Youngblood is explaining it. That there's a single line item called, I'll use it, it's an agenda item called Reports to the Commission. It specifically says discussion, okay? It does not say discussion and action, even though the very last bullet says action, and it's not clear if in the description that Sergeant Youngblood is describing this as all one item, agenda item, then it would, the way that it's written here would show that action would apply for all of them. It's not necessarily an important factor because the Administration Code 67.7A, with the Sunshine Ordinance, is pretty specific, as Member Stein had started to alert us earlier, that the agendas are supposed to provide meaningful, and I'm quoting, meaningful description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting. So it's either an action item or a discussion item. Doesn't matter. It's not general Robert's rules in a private nonprofit or board of directors of big company that uses Robert's rules where it's, public comment, there's comment only for quote unquote action items. Items of discussion in some of those venues do not allow comment on discussions. But what's more concerning to me is that each one of these items, the chief's report is independent of the DPA director's report, which is independent of the commission reports, and frankly, independent of it within that section, the president's report and the individual commissioners' reports are independent. Each one of those is required public comment. That is something that is held everywhere that I've known. I haven't checked every single agenda for every meeting body in the city, but for the ones that I have reviewed, I've never seen this before, and to disallow public comment for each one. The ordinance does allow for the body to limit the time per item on the agenda, and in addition, allow a limit of the time that each person can speak, but it has to be the same for every person. It has to be equitable. Can't have one person for 2 minutes on one item, and then in another item it's 1 minute for that other item. It has to be equitable and uniform throughout the meeting. So I'll stop there on that point. Member Wong. Yes, Member Wong, or no?
Oh, sorry, I keep clicking the wrong button. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I've attended several police commission meetings over the last couple of years, and this has been a consistent complaint by several observers of the meeting, in the fact that there are just so many items grouped under one agenda item. So, taking a look at the actual July 8th, 2020 agenda, you can see that there's A, B, C, and D all grouped under agenda item 2, and that's a whole lot of items, and each A, B, C, and D each have, their own bullet points also. And though I will say the coverage has improved since July 2020, they still are covering, several bullet points and several different types of items under one agenda item. And it really just does not give public commenters a chance to address each of the things that they may want to, both from the police chief and from the DPA, because they're so separate, so different.
Member Wong, have you taken a comparison look between July 8th and August 12th?
Let me just take a picture with the number. Oh, yeah, of course. Let's prove that here,
August 12, 2020?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good night.
Could somebody please mute their phone? There's a lot of background noise. Thank you. So just for everyone else who may not be pulling this up, and for those that are on the phone, in the July 8th, 2020 agenda, it denotes item number 2, reports to the commission, and then A, chief's report with a number of bullet items underneath it, and then B, DPA director's report with bullet items, and then C, commission reports with bullet items, and then D. In the August agenda, there are no A, B, C, or D. It just says reports to the commission, and then there's a heading that just says chief's report with bullets. And then there's another heading that says DPA director's report and bullets, and so on with the commission reports.
Right. Honestly, I think both those types of agendas were heard in the same way, and public comment was still taken in the same way. And that whole section, though it had A, B, C, and D, was still taken as one agenda item, as a number. So I personally found that there's no difference, though there is a difference in the way that the agenda is typed.
Right. Okay. Any other discussion, members, on the merits of this or a motion?
This is Member Wong. I will make a motion to find a violation of 67.7 for grouping several agenda items into one, I believe, and I'm just double checking on that section. I think Member Stein mentioned 67.7A specifically.
Yeah.
And then also 67.15 for failing to allow participation in public comment during a police commission meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
I second that motion.
Who is that?
Member Padmanabhan.
Member Padmanabhan. So moved by Member Wong, second by Member Padmanabhan. Member Wong, can you elaborate a little more on 6715?
Sure. Taking a look right now.
I asked that because the police commission did provide an opportunity for the public to comment. So I'm wondering if you might want to elaborate on your motion on that.
Yes. I'm trying to see if there's a subsection that makes sense specifically for not allowing enough public testimony for each agenda item.
So if you read 6715A, it makes reference to 67.7E. Let's see what that says. Notwithstanding, policy body may take action on items not appearing on the posted agenda. No, that's not applicable. So I would say if you're going to do 6715, that it says every agenda for regular meetings. Okay, and if you go to 67.7A, it describes how a regular meeting agenda is supposed to be crafted. So I would agree, but maybe the language of your motion could be a little more descriptive in saying finding violation of 67.15 for not providing public comment on each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting as per 67.7A. So there's some at least reference back to it, just to make it clear.
That sounds great to me.
Okay. I'll also ask, is there any action that you want the police commission to take by virtue of the of finding in violation?
Yes, I would say that I would like the police commission to split. I'm hearing an echo again.
Yeah, I'm hearing it too. I heard it when Bruce was speaking.
Okay, I think it's gone. Yes, so I was going to say that I would like to see the police commission split their agenda, specifically the agenda item that covers both the chief's report and the DPA director's report, into at least 2 different agenda items requiring public comment for each.
I'm hearing a consistent echo each time somebody speaks, and I'm not sure what to do about it.
Okay, I'm going to ask the person's phone who's ending in 918. I have muted you several times. Please do not unmute yourself until we call on you to speak. I know who is doing it, but they keep unmuting themselves.
Okay, there we go. Okay, continue, member Wong.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I said, I would like to see the police commission split their agenda items, specifically the one that includes the police chief's report, the DPA director's report, and the commission reports, into at least 2 or 3 agenda items, allowing for public comment on each separately.
Okay, if you can put that in context of the motion instead of you would like. You know, it's more you want the task force to order them to do it, to, you know, what do you want them to do?
Yeah, sure. Let's have the task force orders the police commission to split those agenda items as per section 67.7A.
Okay. And member Forsley is the second. Are you okay with that amendment?
I wasn't the second.
Oh, you weren't the second. Who is the second? Oh, member Padmanabhan. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay. I would also add a little activity for the Education Outreach and Training Committee. I'm wondering if you might not also consider having the commission attend the training and or Sergeant Youngblood or whoever is creating these agendas attend a training by the EOT committee on 67.7. Member Wong, you're on mute.
Sure. Should that be a separate motion at this point, or should we just tack it on?
It's up to you. If you and the second feel uncomfortable about taking it as a friendly amendment, I'm happy to make a second motion.
I guess I might have some hesitation. Do we have a full complement on that particular committee yet?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Then in that case, I would accept that amendment.
Member Padmanabhan, did you take that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's review the motion. Victor? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so let's review the motion. The motion is to find a violation of 67.7A and 67.7A for not separating agenda items according to 67.7A, and 67.15 for not providing public comment on each item as described and as per 67.7A, and ordering the police commission to adjust their agendas for each of these items as independent agenda items, allowing public comment for each item, and for the police commission and or the secretary or clerk of the commission, because it may change, to attend a training on 67.7 with the Education Outreach and Training Committee at their pleasure. Does that sound okay? All right. Any further debate or discussion on the motion?
Bruce, I'm having the worst time hearing you. I'm hearing an echo. I'm hearing comments repeated, and I'm not sure I got the motion correct.
Okay, so Victor, can you drop that call, please? That's a disruption of our meeting. I'm ejecting that person from the meeting. Just drop the call.
I have disabled their mic.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Do you need me to repeat that? Cheryl?
Give me a moment. I'm hoping that wasn't her own phone. Give me a moment. I am going to check on that.
Yeah, I think that's her.
Cheryl is going to disconnect and call back in. It'll just take her a quick moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's still the echo.
Yeah, you need to turn the microphone, the speakers off on your computer.
It's the computer that's showing it?
Yes.
Well, that's
That's
weird.
fine. There you go. Okay, so do you have the wording of the?
No, I don't, because I couldn't hear it. So
Okay.
moved by member Wong, second by member Padmanabhan, to find a violation of 67.7 for grouping several agenda items into one. 67.7A.
That was 67.7A. The first part.
67.7A. Oh, 7A for the first one?
Yes, for the first part.
Several items into one. And for failing to separate agenda items. And for not allowing public comment. And ordering the police commission to adjust their agendas for each of these items as independent agenda items, allowing public comment for each item, and for the police commission to attend a training on 67.7 with the Education Outreach and Training Committee. And that's as far as I got because I couldn't hear anymore.
Okay, so two things. One is on the part about public comment. That was also a violation of 67.15, 1-5. And at the end, with regards to education, outreach, and training, it would be at their pleasure.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think members have any other debate or comment on this. Let's open it up for public comment. Please, public comment on the motion. Thank you.
Yes, and anonymous voter, please.
You, Mrs.
Sullivan.
I hear two public commenters. Do we have others? Okay. Was that anonymous number 3 who wished to go first?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay.
This is Patrick. I would also like to provide public comment.
All right. Do we have other participants, other speakers? Okay, we will start with anonymous number 3. Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So first, a meta comment. I'm not certain the task force has an authority to order someone to change their agendas. And I'm not saying I disagree with it. I'm just saying if you do that and you don't actually have that authority, and I don't personally see it in the Sunshine Ordinance, they could have an avenue to challenge the order of determination. In the past, when you found something other than disclosure information, you find the violation, you send it to compliance, and if they haven't done what would be the legal alternative to the illegal thing they were doing, then you say it's a willful non-compliance. Just something to consider. Now, as to the actual violation, I think it's always about going back to the time the complaint was filed. It's what you've always told me. And at that time, they weren't just combining these different reports. They were combining, as I think they told you, the presentations, which are topic specific, and these generic reports. And for that reason alone, I think you can find the violation, even if some of you agree or disagree whether or not it's appropriate to combine 3 different reports. At the time of this complaint, I believe the police commission admits this, they were combining presentations and reports into this single line item. And I believe somewhere after this complaint was filed, they then changed it to at least split out the presentations. And to me, that looks like an admission that you can't put all of these things together, even for some of you who maybe don't think it's a violation to combine multiple reports under one report heading. And so for that reason, you definitely should find these violations and see what they do at compliance if you do believe these were violations. Again, at the time of this complaint, it looks like they were definitely violations because of combining these random presentations into this reports item as well. Thank you.
Mr. Solomon, did you say you wanted to speak?
Yes.
You ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, section 67.16 minutes. First paragraph, a little ways down, it says, a brief summary of each person's statement during public comment period for each agenda item. So that implies that for each agenda item, there's a public comment. And the agenda item, I disagree. I mean, if you look at the Brown Act, it basically it's the same thing as as what you're citing up here, 6715. The agenda is used with the first word, and then each item is like something that is separate, so that it can be changed from before. So each report is an item, and you can put it in one agenda item, but each of those, I mean, it doesn't matter how you number it. If it's a different thing that's an opportunity, the public should be able to address it. And the fact that it has agenda item in 6716, the minutes, it could easily just be each item. That's reasonable. All right, thank you for your time.
Mr. Monette Shaw, you ready?
Yes.
Can you hear me, Peter Warfield?
Mr. Warfield, hang on a moment.
Sure. There was a problem. I couldn't be heard at all.
All right, you will be after Mr. Monette Shaw, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Monette Shaw, I'm going to restart your time.
Thank you. I'm Patrick Manette Shaw. I agree with the last speaker that you should construe this broadly by just considering that each item needs public comment, regardless of how it's listed on the agenda. And I appreciate Ms. Klausner for bringing this complaint forward. If you look at today's agenda, it clearly breaks out Chair Wolf's report as one item number from Ms. Leger's administrator's report as a second numbered item. I retired 6 months ago from the City and County of San Francisco, having been a secretary for 16 and a half years there. And with all due respect to Sergeant Youngblood, given the fact that the mayor and the chief of police just a week and a half ago was saying that they are now 400 officers short, I would like to mention that Mr. Youngblood was paid $190,000 in the year that just ended on June 30th. And if there is a police officer shortage, the police department should find a secretary in my job classification code, a 1446 secretary Roman numeral 2, instead of having a very highly paid and desperately needed sergeant doing a just job. With that said, I support the motion. You really need to direct the police commission in this motion that they must separate out multiple items that are clearly distinct into separate numbered agenda items. After all, I knew that as a secretary, and that's what I did. If you are going to have EOT send anyone to from the police commission for training, you need to include my good friend, Commission President Malia Cohen. She is ultimately responsible for. Ms. Cohen is responsible for that agenda. It's not all Youngblood's fault, but it's specious to argue, well, all of my predecessors did it that way, so I'm going to keep doing it the wrong way just like they did. That's ridiculous. And you need to send Cohen in each successive incumbent. You need to send all of those police commission presidents to annual training so that they know how to prepare an agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Warfield, you ready?
Yes, let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, but I'm very glad that you've had this complaint and this discussion and, by and large, this motion. The previous commenters, let me just tell you, I was unable to get anything from the system I could hear. And when I pressed *6, it simply did not respond. No matter what I pressed, *6, it didn't respond at all. So I've had to call back in. The comments by particularly the ones that I heard from Mr. Moned Shaw and from Anonymous 3, I think are apt. I certainly think you can order them as an opinion matter, because if they don't do it, then they're continuing to violate the law. But in any case, I do think that it needs to be broadened somewhat to not just include these particular items, but any and all items that they put on any and all agendas, certainly into the future. And if the reports are being combined, that's wrong too. And if they decide to put some other category of things together and not these particular ones, they shouldn't be let off the hook by a too restrictive motion. So I would broaden the motion in that regard. I would also broaden, I heard about who was to attend training. Certainly they should go to the annual training that's required. But I think at all levels, including the head of the commission and the commission members, need to do that. And I wouldn't say at their pleasure, which was added to the last meeting. I would say within pretty much some reasonably fast time. I don't know if you're considering additional issues, but one of the things that I've noticed from what I've seen is that there's a complete lack of specifying explanatory documents which should be explained and specified on each agenda item so that people can know this is the document you should ask for if you want to read or read ahead what is being provided. So I didn't see any explanatory documents there on these particular questions. I wanted, just for the information of the task force, having multiple items, and each one of these has multiple sub-items, makes a tremendous cacophony of serious consideration when public comment, person A starts with the first item, section C, and then it's a mess with respect to reasonable consideration. So thank you for the motion, and I hope you can broaden it in the ways that I've described. Thanks very much.
Do we have further public commenters?
Last call for public comment. Okay, members, I want to pay a little heed to the one of the public commenters regarding our authority to compel a change. The public meetings part of the ordinance does not provide us with that authority in the same way that 67.20 et sequitur does with regards to public records disclosure. So what I would say, though, is that under 6730C, there is authority that the task force shall make referrals to a municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance or under the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act whenever it concludes that any person has violated any provisions of this ordinance or the acts, those acts. And then I'll further add in 6731, titled Responsibility for Administration, it states, the mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under the control of board and commissions appointed by the mayor. And I think those two parts apply. So I'm wondering if we should not amend the motion a little bit to reflect what our authority is.
This is Member Wong. I think it makes sense to make that amendment. I would also like to make an amendment to remove the specific details around the agenda items that I pointed out related to the chief's report and the DPA's report, and just change it to every agenda item.
Okay, so why don't you word it as an amendment, please?
The piece about our authority, or the piece about
any of the amendments that you want to make. Right.
Sure. So specifically with the violation of 67.7A, I want to say, or actually, sorry, this is the part regarding our enforcement. So
let me make a parliamentary suggestion. Why don't you amend make an amendment to substitute, and then just reword the whole thing, and we'll take it as a substitution of the original motion. So that way you're not having to, deal with a jigsaw puzzle.
Sure.
And it'll help our administrator.
Okay.
Jen, would you like me to read what I have so that you can think about it for a second?
Yeah, I think that could be helpful.
All right. This is what I have, and I hope I got it right. Moved by Member Wong, second by Member Padmanabhan, to find a violation of 67.7A for grouping several agenda items into one, for failing to separate agenda items accordingly, and for not allowing public comment as per 6715, and ordering the Police Commission to adjust their agendas for each of these items as independent agenda items, allowing public comment for each item, and for the Police Commission to attend a training of 67.7 with the Education Outreach and Training Committee at their pleasure.
So how about just replacing the word orders with urging?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
At 6715, urging the commission.
Or urges. Or urges.
Okay.
Okay, and if I can add to this amendment that under, well, the question, okay, why don't we do that? We'll discuss the other items separately. Okay, so I think it's okay just to, I mean, it need to go through a whole process of amendment process just for one word. But considering we've already taken public comment, we've heard it all, we're making an amendment, then let's do that. Let's, Member Wong, if I can suggest that we make a motion to amend the motion to replace the word orders with urges.
I'm sorry, so you're making that motion, or?
I'll make it. So I move to amend the original motion to replace the word orders with urges, URGES.
Okay. Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay. Any discussion, members?
What was the Wong amendment?
No, I'm making the amendment. That's the amendments that's on the floor now. Moved by Chair Wolf, second by Member Wong, to replace the word orders, with the word urges, URGES. Okay. Let's take public comment on that, just that motion for the change of that one word. Is there any public comment?
Anonymous member, please.
Mrs. J?
I'm here.
Okay, we have one speaker.
I know. Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with this, but I thought that the Member Wong had also suggested another amendment, so I'm not sure if you're doing a second motion for that amendment to more generalize the issue, or you missed it in this one. But somehow I would urge you to do what Member Wong, the other part of what Member Wong said, which is reflected by other people in the public comment about making the not only saying the violation has to do with these specific reports. Thank you.
And Peter Warfield, Library Users Association, can you hear me for public comment?
Yep, we can hear you. Just a moment. Are you ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this, but as I said, this is a very relevant matter, and it is certainly something that has for sure come up elsewhere and in the past. The motion made by the chair is fine. Changing the word from ordering to urges, that's fine. I'm glad that he referred to section 67, 30, and 31. Yes, you can advise pretty much anybody you want about pretty much anything having to do with what your business is. But I do want to ask what's happened to the Ms. Wang's suggestion to broaden, as I think I suggested, and possibly others, the target of what it is you want them to do, to not just concern those 3 items that have been traditionally part of a single agenda item, but to broaden it to make sure that every agenda item is separately listed on the agenda. That's the whole reason that you have an agenda with numbered items. That's the reason that 67.7 talks about each item. And that's the reason that you have public comment on each item. As one of the members said earlier, if you didn't do that, then you could very easily say, well, let's just put everything as one item on the agenda and have 1, 2, or 3 minute comment period for the public, and that's the end of it. Just group everything in one. No, that can't be a possible outcome. It has to be every agenda item. And the grouping of items also not only cuts down the time that the public has, but as I said, it makes a hash out of public comment.
30
where
seconds.
Person 1 is commenting on the first item, section 3, the second one commenting on another item, section something else, and back and forth and up and down until everybody's head is spinning. That's not reasonable consideration of matters. It's not an opportunity for public comment and public deliberation, and it shouldn't be allowed. You're doing the right thing, but let's not forget the Wong Amendment. I hope you are taking that, and we'll have another item on that, or I'm not sure what your plan is, but she, I think, spoke first about what she wanted to amend. Thanks very much.
Any other public comment?
I would like to comment briefly. I'm Patrick.
One moment.
Are you ready, Mr. Patrick?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I hate to make you guys consider an amendment to the current motion on the floor, but I think you need to add a date certain clause directing the police commission to do this immediately or by September or something. This has to stop, and you need to tell them when they need to stop doing this. Thank you.
Last call for public comment. Okay, public comment's closed. Member Wong.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly address the first 2 public commenters regarding my amendment. I did not make an amendment because what our administrator, Ms. Leger, read as my motion actually is already generalized, and so I've left it as is.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Member Wong? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, is this a motion on the agenda, on the amendment though?
Motion on the amendment.
Yes, amendment, yes.
So shouldn't
Member Wong?
you call Chair Wolf first?
It's
All right.
I made the motion.
Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland, absent. Give me a minute, I'll read back with the moved by Member Wong. Let's see. Moved by Chair Wolf, second by Member Wong to amend the motion to replace the word order with the word urges.
Did it pass?
Yeah, yes, it did.
Thank you. Please read the motion now with the amendment.
Order change.
Yes.
Moved by Member Wong, second by Member Padmanabhan to find a violation of 67.7A for grouping several agenda items into one, and for failing to separate agenda items accordingly, and for not allowing public comment as per 6715, and urges the Police Commission to adjust their agendas for each of these items as independent agenda items, allowing public comment for each item, and for the Police Commission to attend a training on 67.7 with the Education Outreach and Training Committee at their pleasure.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. So on these two other points around 6730C and 6731, is there any interest in sending a communication to the mayor reminding them that of their responsibilities with regards to this? Not hearing anything. Maybe I just ask if there's not any interest, then I'm not going to make a motion. No. Okay. And let's move to the next item.
Item number 6, file number 20011, hearing regarding the request for reconsideration of the complaint filed by Ahimsa Porter Sumchai against Mayor London Breed and the Office of the Mayor for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6715, 675, 676, by failing to have a meeting quorum and failing to conduct business in a proper manner and failing to notice the time and the place of the meeting, failing to allow public comment.
Please read the description.
Petitioner refiled a new complaint form on December 7, 2020. On May 18, 2021, the complaint committee found there is jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and forwarded the task force with the recommendation of finding that there is no new information that justifies reconsidering the prior decision as requested by the petitioner.
Okay, complaint, Chair Schmidt.
Yeah, the one part of this that is a little bit procedurally strange is that it seems like it may have come before us because of this thing that was filed on December 7th, but that, if you read it, it looks like it's actually a complaint that goes to like the conduct of the task force itself, which is something that we wouldn't handle anyways. But other than that complaint about what had happened with regard to scheduling in November of 2020, it looked like just about, well, not just about, everything that was brought forward had already been decided upon. There wasn't anything new except for this thing that was complained about on December 7th. But I defer to my capable committee members. If there's anything you recall other than that, please.
I wanted to just clarify, this is the case that we heard that had to do with the special meeting that turned into a regular meeting, correct? Yeah. Okay, and so I don't think I was here for the initial hearing, so I'm not sure how that turned out, but I know that from what was discussed at the meeting, there was an admission by the administrator of whatever the Bayview Hunters Point Commission situation is, that there was some types of mismanagement of how the meeting was handled, and so it would probably be preferable to have the people speak, because I don't remember us not recommending reconsideration, because as I remember it, there was an issue with how the meeting was handled and the fact that it was called as a special meeting, but then during the meeting, regular committee items were voted on.
Well, it is my best recollection that the decision was made to make this recommendation. I mean, maybe I'm forgetting, but it looks like that's what we decided. And that's what I recall was the thinking, at least my thinking at the time. But, you know, I'm not quite sure where the idea that we didn't make the recommendation would, where that might come from.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because like I said, as I remember it, what was discussed was a July meeting in which Dr. Sumchai, unless this is a different case, but it was a July meeting where Dr. Sumchai there was a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting that it was a special meeting that morphed into a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting, and by happenstance they were able to get quorum and vote on regular business agenda items just because they happened to get quorum, but that the administrator did say that it was initially called as a special meeting and not as a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting.
Let me, I think one thing maybe, Member Forsley, because it's not in the description here in the meeting agenda, I want to just emphasize that this thing, all of what you were just describing, yeah, I think that's what the case is about, but it was about that until there was a decision made based on those facts sometime back in 2020. And so I think, you know, we were looking at that, but we were also looking at, well, is there anything that wasn't wrapped into that earlier decision that's new? And I think my recollection was what you're describing had been wrapped into the earlier decision.
And I think the only difference is that I know I wasn't a member at that time, and personally for me, when I was looking at the case with a fresh new set of eyes, it seemed like there was a violation in how things were handled. But I mean, I guess we can go forth with whoever needs to speak, if that's how we're gonna do it.
I believe that this was May, so I think you were in that meeting, Member Forsley. You just said that you weren't there yet, but as my recall.
No, I was at this meeting where it was reintroduced, but at whatever meeting the initial.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, whatever meeting the initial determination was made, I wasn't a member of this task force at the time. So all the information at this refiling was new to me, and it seemed to me like based on what she brought forth, there was a violation, and that the administrator of the Hunters Point thing even admitted that they are going to handle things differently next time. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have nothing further. I think I've said my part here.
Okay. Are we ready to start our process? Okay. I just have a quick question regarding this. I had a communication with Dr. Porter Sumchai on November 25th, 2020. And this was in regards to a earlier message I guess regarding a reconsideration of file number 19077. She had contacted me on November 23rd, and I responded on November 25th. I don't know if that is included in the record here. It was basically I had, and I don't recall this. I'm trying to read from previous messages. I basically stated that I was made aware of the activity that removed the complaint from the Compliance and Amendments Committee. And then I stated, as per our complaint procedure rule for continuances, you should have been offered the opportunity to allow or disallow the request for the continuance by the respondent. So there was a request made by the respondent for a continuance, and Dr. Sumchai was not engaged as per our complaint procedure. And then I go on to say, to that end, the complaint committee will hold a special meeting at 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday, December 2nd, which was the very next meeting coming up, before the full Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting in December, to hear your case for the purposes of approving that the records are and or the issue is public, that's within our jurisdiction, and to collect any or obtain any clarifications or any additional records to ensure a complete and informative file for the full task force. So I from what I recall about this, that originally it was assigned to compliance and amendments for jurisdiction. The respondent had made a request for a continuance. The continuance was somehow granted without the engaging Dr. Sumchai, which is required under our complaint procedure. So I made an executive decision to immediately reschedule this for the next meeting. Now, I don't know if or what. I don't know if or why, there was another file number that was 19077. There was a request for that to be thrown out. I don't know if is that applicable to this particular complaint?
In my opinion, everything in 20011 is an effort to reconsider what happened in 19077.
Okay.
And yet the only thing that seemed to be asserted as a new fact was this fact that there was a complaint filed in that period of time you're talking about because of the scheduling snafu. But all the underlying facts from 2011, it was my thought, and that's why I think I probably brought the motion, I'm not sure, but that's why I thought there's nothing here to reconsider on everything that had already been alleged in 19077, because all the meetings here that are the subject, they go way back a couple of years, like 2.5 years ago. It's the same meetings that are being discussed now that had already been ruled upon by this task force.
Yeah, but then that would exceed the period of time for reconsideration.
Okay.
So I mean, was the interest of the complainant to re-adjudicate 19077?
That's what I thought. It looked
no,
like it was...
that's not correct information.
Okay, then can we get some clarification from you, Dr. Sumchai?
Yes.
Because I think it's a little confusing here.
File number 20011 was not a request for reconsideration of the decision in file number 19077. File number 19077 focused solely on a hearing held on July 17th, 2019. File number 20011 focused specifically on two meetings held on January 27, 2020 and January 28, 2020, and they included a new complaint in which I documented in an email that I had been denied an opportunity to provide public comment that was relative to the topic. Let me begin by saying my name is Dr. Ahimsa Porter Sunchai.
Dr. Sunchai, I'll give you an opportunity for your open testimony as per our regular process. We're just trying to get clarity as to
file number 20011 was not a hearing for reconsideration of the complaint in 19077. There was one element of 19077 that the full task force did not rule on, that I asked you to reconsider in light of new evidence, and that is the issue of the quorum. There was not a quorum present of the three committee members when the meeting started at 6:39.
No, we cannot listen to the merits of the case outside of the complaint procedure. It's unfair to the other.
I guess I'm not understanding what's going on, but I do know that you are discussing information that's not correct.
We are trying to ascertain what file 2011 is about. Is that a reconsideration, or is it a brand new complaint?
It is a brand new complaint that specifically identified public comment violations in a meeting held on January 27th, 2020. I sent you an email documenting the chair's decision that I couldn't present relevant information, but in 20011, because of a independent whistleblower complaint and investigation against your decision, I did ask you to readdress the quorum issue, because in your decision you didn't address the quorum issue, and that was a fundamental element of the complaint that I filed on July 18th, 2019. And you're right, the matter of the initial file is over 2 years old at this point.
Okay. Let me just clarify, ask a question further. Is this complaint, file number 20011, related at all to the findings and the order of determination of 19077?
It is related to it, one element, the quorum. I complained that there was not a quorum in 19077. I provided you a YouTube video that showed that two of the committee members were not present at the start of the meeting, and then later I obtained the minutes of the meeting, which are falsified in an effort to show that one of the members of the committee was there. So I had that new information, the YouTube video that the full committee didn't have as part of their package. It had been deleted or not included for whatever reasons. And then I also had the minutes, which are falsified and clearly are contradicted by what is evident in the YouTube video. But the specific file number 20011 included new complaints about hearings that were related to the initial file complaint, but contained new complaint actions, again, stemming from a email that documents that they are not allowing me to present public comment on a topic.
Okay, thank you. Member Schmidt, I'm wondering, did this subject come up during your committee?
Yes.
Okay, and have you ascertained whether this is trying to address issues in a case that the task force has already adjudicated and already discussed this specific matter?
Yes, what was brought forward was that a claim that there was a whistleblower's case that had come out subsequent to the 19077 decision about that quorum issue, and therefore the whistleblower's case would somehow justify reopening the 19077 decision.
Okay.
I didn't quite see how it could, but even more importantly, I just didn't see that there's anything that was new evidence that would change anything in terms of, and it was, it had been a long time. Essentially, it was attempt to go back. It all stems from this quorum issue.
Okay.
Way back in July 19, I guess. Okay,
so a little due diligence here. I'm looking at the minutes from December 4th, 2019 for file number 19077. The minutes reflect that Dr. Sumchai, and I quote, Dr. Sumchai stated that she wanted a correction in the minutes of the complaint committee in that she did speak at the meeting, but that she had been deliberately omitted from the listserv, unquote. And then
the meeting of January 27, 2020 is when I was denied public comment. The meeting of July 17, 2019, that is when I was not served with a meeting notice, despite the fact that I had received them in the past and I had been a speaker at this meeting on January, in January of that year.
Okay.
That was the issue, but the quorum was the fundamental issue, the lack of a quorum, and a YouTube video that I submitted to you at that time that showed the absence of two committee members that didn't go to the full body.
Okay, I don't want to get into the merits. I'm just trying to get our bearings here as to whether we are re-adjudicating an old case or whether we are hearing something new. So you're saying that this is in relation to a 2020 meeting, correct?
Yes, and there was no decision made about file number 20011 and its specific information about the two meetings. So the statement that you make that there's no new information that justifies reconsidering the prior decision as requested by the petitioner is not valid because there was no decision made in file number 20011 about the specific meetings, including the January 27, 2020 meeting in which I sent you an email in which Micah Fobbs says that I cannot present public comment on a topic that was relevant.
Okay,
to the
that's
meeting.
getting into it. That's getting into the merits. Let's hold off for a second. Member Forsley, did you have your hand up? Member Forsley?
I did. I actually didn't mean to have it up, but I do want to say that regarding any January 2020 meeting, we only at this, the complaint committee meeting, the most recent May 18th one, the only thing that we discussed at that meeting was a July 2019 meeting. So I just want to put that out there. We didn't discuss anything about a January 2020 meeting.
Okay. Dr. Sumchai, I think what's throwing a lot of people off is the reflection on 19077 which is not part and parcel to this new complaint 20011.
Well, you are making it relevant because you're saying that you have made a recommendation that there's no new information based on the decision from 19077. That's what you're saying here. And what I'm saying is that file number 2011 was not solely focused on the decision there, except for the issue of the quorum, and in 19077 you didn't rule on the quorum, even though you had jurisdiction, and even though I had included, again, a YouTube video that showed there wasn't a quorum.
Okay.
So the main issue, again, is that file number 200 had new complaints based on meetings held on January 27, 2020 and January 28, 2020, and you have never addressed those complaints. This is a new complaint. And in addition, there are the matters related to Mr. Heckle and Ms. Legier removing the agenda item without my knowledge or approval, and that was part of the complaint that I submitted in December of 2020.
So, okay, so as far as that's concerned, I addressed that to you directly, and immediately had scheduled a meeting for you with the complaint committee. So I don't understand how that's applicable here at all. I'm reading from in August 29th, 2019, legal memo. At that time, we were still receiving legal memos from the our legal counsel. And in it, it says, with regards to 19077, that there were 3 issues, and that the third, it says, I quote, third, complainant contends that actions were taken at the July 17th meeting of the CAC when there was no quorum. Respondents contend that no action was taken during that meeting while there was a lack of quorum. For example, that the meeting was purely informational at that time, and that action was taken only after a quorum was established. Regardless, this issue does not appear to fall within the jurisdiction of the task force. Okay, so the task force did, whether it believes the whether it falls in jurisdiction or not, the task force did take up the issue. It was before them, and it was
the task force didn't rule on the matter that there wasn't a quorum. You can't conduct business without a quorum. There were decisions made. There was a decision to have another meeting. There were decisions that were made, and the minutes are the issue, Chairman Wolf. The minutes are fraudulently altered here. The minutes make it look as if someone who physically was not at the meeting was there and was engaged in opening up the meeting.
Okay. Member, I want to move this forward. Member Forsley, do you have something else that you wanted to add? No. Okay, your hand's up. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's begin our process, and then when we get to the deliberation part, we can decide what to do. I'm just trying to clarify, what is happening here, and it's gonna be a little deeper. So let's start the process. 5 minutes for each of the parties. Is there a representative from the mayor's office? Is there a representative from the mayor's office still present in the meeting? Okay. Not hearing it. Maybe they'll show up on mute when we get to that part of the process. We're going to continue and move this forward. Ms. Leger, you ready with the clock?
Sorry, I don't know what happened to Hank, but I'm Elise Vincent. I do represent the Mayor Centers Point Shipyard Citizens Advisory Committee, so I am here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much for responding. Ms. Leger, if you're ready with the clock, Dr. Sumchai, please wait for Ms. Leger. She'll let you know when to begin. You'll have 5 minutes.
Dr. Sumchai, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is Dr. Ahimsa Porter Sumchai. I am the medical director and principal investigator of the Hunters Point Community Biomonitoring Program. I'm the health and environmental science editor of the SF Bayview newspaper. I was an elected member of the Hunters Point Shipyard Restoration Advisory Board, and I founded the radiological subcommittee. And I am here in response to complaint, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force complaint file number 2011 that was filed on January the 23rd, 2020. And that specific complaint identifies that I requested an opportunity to present a public comment on findings of our biomonitoring program. The Navy was presenting information about biomonitoring in fish and clams. It was an appropriate topic, and initially it was approved in the email, but then after the chair reconsidered it, the email Mr. Fobb sent states that they won't allow me to present the information about the biomonitoring. The second issue that is relevant is the quorum issue of the 7/17/19 meeting. It was a special community meeting update on UCSF and UCB review on radiological testing. My contention is that I was deliberately excluded and that the meeting was selectively noticed, and my opinion is grounded in a audio tape that I have possession of, in which the keynote speaker of that meeting, John Balmes, admits that Mayor London Breed asked him not to speak to me and other key individuals. The significant point I want to make about that meeting is that it occurred on Wednesday, July 17th at 6:30. I was there early. I was sitting in the front row, and I know the people who attended the meeting. There was a acting chair, Molly Dixon, and there was a committee member, Servio Gomez, but there were two members missing, Deidre Smith and Veronica Honeycutt, at the time that the meeting was called to order, and I obtained a YouTube video of the opening of the meeting that I have shared with you a number of times that shows that Deidre Smith and Veronica Honeycutt are not there, that Supervisor Walton is taking a place at the table as a substitute. And the testimony of the administrator at the full meeting of the Sunshine Task Force actually was that he admitted that the meeting had started late without a quorum, but a independent whistleblower investigation was conducted as a result of your determination, and as a result of that investigation, I found the minutes, which I have also shared with you, and the minutes clearly identify falsely that Deidre Smith was present at 6:39 when the meeting started. In fact, the minutes dictate and suggest that she actually was involved in moving the minutes of the meeting, or moving the meeting forward. So the the quorum remains an issue, and you do have jurisdiction over the issue of the quorum. And my understanding was that there was not a firm determination made about the issue of the quorum, but there was definitely a business that took place. And the meetings on the 27th of Okay, the meeting on January 27, 2020, I hope that I don't have to send you the email again, but it is an email in which I very politely requested from Mr. Michael Fobbs the opportunity to present the findings of the biomonitoring program. I didn't have to ask his permission, but I was going to include a slide as part of my 3 minutes, and initially I was granted the 3 minutes, and then an email was sent saying that I couldn't present the biomonitoring information. They were censoring the biomonitoring information.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Yankee, or
Yeah, I just wanted to raise a point of order here.
Yeah.
This item was agendized as a hearing regarding request for consideration of complaint.
Okay.
Not sure if it's appropriate to get into hearing the merits of the case if we were only agendized it as a request for consideration. It seems that we're up to the merits now.
Okay, so my understanding, based upon the records that I have, was that this item was agendized as a regular complaint, not as a reconsideration, because it was well beyond the period of time for reconsideration, and that which would have been 30 days, and because that went over time, there was an allowance to have it refiled as a complaint, not as a reconsideration of a previous item. And so what happened was it got agendized in compliance and amendments. The respondent had requested a continuance, and somehow the continuance was granted against the rules in our complaint procedure for continuances, because Dr. Sumchai, the complainant, was not contacted. If the respondent requests a continuance, it has to be at the permission or the allowance of the complainant. It's not even in our ability, according to our own process. So I immediately allowed for the complaint to be heard at whatever committee was coming up next, which was the complaint committee. And then that was in that was in December. It's the end of October. I'm sorry, let me have to remember the actual dates here.
It would have been, I believe it was December the 7th, 2020. That's when it was scheduled, and that's when Mr. Heckel and Ms. Legier agreed to remove it from the agenda without my knowledge or consent. And then it was next heard on May the 18th of this year. And at that time, it is clear that I wasn't effective in communicating that there was brand new information, and that file number 20011 was based on meetings, and that no decision had been made by you in the complaints stemming from the meetings on January the 27th and January the 28th of 2020. I also sent you a full complaint form that summarized.
But that's not my point. My point is that on our current agenda, it's listed as item number 6, file number 20011, hearing regarding a request for reconsideration of complaint.
That's wrong.
Okay, that might be incorrect, but I'm not sure that we have the ability at this point, if this is going to be a full hearing, because there might be members of the public that wanted to come and testify one way or another if this were on the merits, then they're thinking this is only a reconsideration hearing. So I'm not sure we should continue right now with this if it really is a full new hearing. I'm just not sure that's appropriate at this point, based on what was agendized in our current agenda that we're looking at.
Yeah, I'm not actually clear myself at this point without doing a little deeper dive in the chronology of what's going on here. There's no way we can have a reconsideration on a complaint that is more than 30 days after an order of determination was issued. That's our rule.
Can I just say that I sent you a complaint form that you should have. It is dated Monday, December 7th, 2020, and it summarizes the matter. It also identifies that this is a public meeting issue. That's been another area of confusion. Ms. Legier has on a number of occasions identified this as being a public records issue. It has never been a public records issue. It's always been a public meeting issue. So I would like you, I sent it to you, to the full board as well as to Chairman Wolf, and you may need to continue the matter again, but I do need to make clear that this is my valuable time, and it has been continued. It has been taken off the agenda, and I have, I've been defamed during this process, and I feel there have been personal and professional damages that I've incurred in addition to, impacts on my time. But I do want to just conclude by saying in summary that I've provided you clear evidence that there was not a quorum present when the meeting started.
Okay,
I have provided you with minutes that are falsified.
We're not going to listen to. We're not going to hear the merits on this until we figure out what exactly this is, because it's noted on our agenda as a reconsideration, but based upon our current rules, there's no way it could be a reconsideration.
I didn't ask you for a reconsideration. I gave you a full complaint. I sent you a copy. When I talked with you in May, I said that the complaint included the complaint against Mr. Heckel and Cheryl Legier for taking, the matter off the agenda.
I don't know which agenda you're referring to.
The agenda of the meeting on December the 7th, 2020, that is the meeting that you scheduled with, it may have been complaints, it may have been amendments, but they took it off the agenda without my knowledge or consent, and that was part of the complaint that I raised on May 18th, 2021 in the complaint committee. But all of this information is consolidated, I believe, in the email of the complaint form that you should have. You're supposed to have this. This is an official complaint form that Ms. Legier acknowledged having received on December the 7th, 2020. But your concerns are correct. I wasn't asking for a reconsideration in the file that's before you, 20011, of the decision in the earlier file, but I did ask you to revisit the issue of the quorum with new documentation. And in the aftermath of a independent whistleblower complaint that had been initiated as a result of your decision.
Dr. Sunshine, I get that, okay? I think there's a lot of confusion now about what exactly this is in relation to how it's agendized. If it was agendized here in this agenda for today incorrectly, we cannot then just change it. And because everyone has prepared themselves based upon how it's been presented in the agenda. It's unfair to any number of parties. So I apologize for that. But it also has to be analyzed as to whether there is or is not any duplication of adjudication here based upon a previous matter that was already adjudicated before.
File number 2011 was never adjudicated with regard to the specific complaint that I made and offered you proof of, that I was denied a public comment opportunity on January 27, 2020. There was
Can I
never
move to continue
a
this
decision.
matter?
Dr.
Sure.
Sumchai.
I second
I want
that.
to move to continue this matter to a later date. I
May
I don't know how long we're going to have this
Elise
conversation.
Vincent, I'm sorry. I do, with all due respect, I apologize for interrupting your progress here. Elise Vincent with the Mayor's Hunters Point Shipyard Citizens Advisory Committee. As far as being able to hear the merits or whatever, hear the case, we are fully prepared. We are fully prepared for all actions, for all claims that was made against us to have that. I really, with all due respect to you, your board is important in what you do, really do not want to come back here. This is the fourth time our officers have to come for this very same complaint. I have been on the phone for 5 hours away from my family and not being able to do this. If we can get this figured out tonight, I'm all for it. But I also respect your process. So I just want to put that out there.
Members, who else? Okay, my concern here is that there may be, I don't see any evidence from our complaint process prior to today to determine whether this is brand new or whether this is based upon the same meeting that was already came before us in a previous case, or whether this is rehashing and trying to reconsider an existing issue that we already had adjudicated. This is a process issue.
No, it's not a process issue. You're challenging my credibility. I told you that there was a new meeting complaint on January 27, 2021, in which I was denied public comment that was never adjudicated, obviously, in 2019 or 2020. These are new meetings.
Dr. Sumchai, let me just ask you then, are you bringing two separate complaints forward here, one for the 2019 meeting and one for a subsequent meeting?
I'm bringing more than two complaints. I brought you the complaint that Mr. Heckle and Ms. Legier took the items off the agenda, but I did ask you to revisit the quorum issue with new documentation, YouTube video.
I'm sorry, Dr. Sumchai. I'm not going to go in this circle again. I'm going to continue. Okay. I'm going to ask that this be re-referred back to the Complaints Committee and to figure out exactly what this is really about. Because obviously what has been agendized as far as a description is not what the petitioner is interested in.
That's true.
Okay.
And that's not my error. That's not my fault.
We didn't write the language for this.
I understand that.
It as a reconsideration.
I understand that, but here we are, and we're trying to implement the Sunshine Ordinance as purely as possible. We cannot adjudicate a case or move it forward if it was incorrectly agendized.
But I don't think, we did what we did. I don't think we do anything different. If we'll send it back to you and then just word it differently and set on the future calendar. But I don't.
Well, the way I
heard it. We heard it, and I told you what we decided.
Yeah, I understand that, but you decided it based upon a reconsideration. The petitioner is saying this is not a reconsideration.
No, we decided that it's essentially a request for reconsideration. That's what
it was not. You're wrong.
Member Schmidt, a committee cannot declare a case to be for reconsideration. Only a party to a previous previous case can make a reconsideration.
I didn't request reconsideration. I'm saying that in our committee, we looked at this case. We said, hey, all she wants to do here is reconsider a 2019 decision. And so that's what we said. We said we recommended that, this is just a request for reconsideration. Okay. And we don't think that it should be granted because there's no new information. So that's what we're trying to supply to the whole task force.
Okay. So I'm going to move that this item be referred back to complaints and to with the parties. It can be just with Dr. Sumchai because we're just trying to figure out what exactly the complaint is. It is written, I'm sorry, somewhat complicated. It's very hard to track and follow. But to get to the core issue of what Dr. Sumchai is trying to bring forward. She is claiming that this is a brand new issue that we've never heard before. So that could not be a reconsideration. Okay, so somehow somehow there's a miscommunication here. Member Forsley?
I guess the question I have is the July 2019 case, the one that you guys already discussed and decided?
Yes. They did. Before I was around, I think. Yes.
Okay. All we discussed at the May 18th meeting was the 2019 situation. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about a 2020 meeting at all. All we discussed was a Citizens Advisory Committee meeting from July 2019. So this discussion of any type of, 2020 meeting, this is all brand new. And I just want to put that out there. So whatever recommendation that is said that we made, it's only about a 2019 meeting.
Okay. In Dr. Sumchai's complaint intake form, it talks about a November 24th, 2020 meeting. But that is that's a task force meeting.
The complaint that she has, and it's in the file, is that she was denied due process by the task force itself. And so it's a process complaint against the task force. And I don't think the task force even has jurisdiction to hear something like that.
No,
a complaint against the task force. And right. So and we did talk about that at our complaint committee meeting. And we were thinking, and plus, if she had a new complaint form in December 2020, it wouldn't have been ripe by the time it came to the complaint committee in May. So that was something separate from anything that was way back in terms of, it wouldn't have been even part of what our process.
Got it. Okay, so let's bifurcate this, okay? The issues around, first of all, we can't have one complaint, one file with two distinct independent complaints against independent bodies. Okay, first of all, that just will never happen. That should never have mustered being agendized at all. Okay, it's only one complaint at a time for one particular issue per respondent. You can't have two independent respondents for two independent issues, first of all. So the issue around the task force and the scheduling issues and the agenda issues, that is off the table. Okay, the task force cannot adjudicate itself. That has to be done somewhere else. And generally, if there's a problem with our use of the Sunshine Ordinance or the Brown Act, then that actually has to be taken up in court as a writ of mandamus to get us to make a correction. That would be the same for almost every meeting body. So if we remove that part and we discuss, and we're talking about the meeting of in 2019, July 17th, 2019. The question here is the substance of this different than what was adjudicated in 19077?
Yes.
Did the task force hear anything about quorum with regards to what is being brought up here in 19077? If the task force did, then this is an attempt to reconsider a previously heard case, and that would be a duplication, okay? If it was not discussed and it was not part and parcel of 19077, and this is now a new issue based upon that same meeting, then we can move that forward. But it is not a reconsideration. And that's what's throwing everybody off.
So the core issue that is new is the well-documented denial of my public comment right at the January 27th, 2020 meeting, and I can provide you again with that email documentation, but that would be the new complaint.
Dr. Sumchai, there is no reference in your complaint about that meeting.
Yes, there is.
I'm reading.
It lists the meeting dates. It lists the meeting dates. It lists the 17th, 27th, and 28th.
Okay, but you're asking the task force to make multiple changes in one hearing for an old meeting and for now this subsequent meeting.
I'm asking at this point with your clarification for two things. I want you to check to see if you addressed the quorum issue as a matter of your jurisdiction, and I want you to be aware that there are minutes, again, that are falsified and that there was an independent whistleblower investigation. And secondly, I am asking you to address the denial of a public comment opportunity at the January 27th, 2020 meeting. So those are the two issues that it sounds like we need to resolve.
Okay, so we will only do one at a time per file.
Why don't we just do the meeting on the 27th then, since that's just so straightforward. Again, there's email documentation. It just is a no-brainer.
Okay, then if that's the case, then Vice Chair Yankee, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say at this point, we can't reconsider the 2019 because we're way beyond the period. So I think the best thing to do, since it doesn't sound like complaints heard anything about any meetings in 2020, would be to send this back to complaints specifically focused on that sole issue of a 2020 meeting, and then have complaints bring it back to us with the report afterwards.
Okay.
So I'm actually going to make that motion. I will move to continue this back to the Complaints Committee, specifically to address the 2020 meeting complaint from Dr. Sumchai, and to take out any reference to a 29 meeting, as that has, gone past our reconsideration period.
And the task force.
Yes, and also removing any complaint about the task force from it, because the task force cannot adjudicate complaints against itself.
Okay, I'll second that.
What's the date of the meeting? January what?
27th.
27, 2020.
Yes.
I mean, and she's claiming that she has enough evidence to be able to show what happened at that meeting. So you'll have enough discovery there to go on, enough facts to go on. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion to refer it back? Member Forsyth.
I just want to say that this, like I said, the only thing discussed at the other meeting was the 2019 meeting, and I do want to say that for the representatives from the city that had to go through all of these steps, this was really unfair to them, because this 2020 meeting was never discussed at any point in time when we referred this to this full task force.
Well, I have to ask the committee then, with regards to number 9 on page 458, why that wasn't addressed as being assuring that there was enough information to support that complaint.
I'm sorry, what are you referring to?
On page 458 of the record for this file, it says number 9, final quote, finally, John Balmes, MD, engaged in defamation of character during January 28th, 2020 follow-up hearing by publicly naming and denouncing my accusation that he was a paid consultant, so on and so on and so on. That is what she's referring to.
But how is that anything defamation?
I don't think that's what
did we decide defamation here?
No, that I don't think that's in your jurisdiction, but I did add that as part of the complaint. The meeting on the 27th, that is the meeting that occurred on Monday night. That is the meeting where I requested the public comment opportunity that was denied. So we can focus on that, and I think we could just move this forward.
Dr. Sumchai, I need you then, I'm sorry, folks. I just need to run this through. Dr. Sumchai, can you please open, do you have the record for the agenda today open?
Yes, but I don't have any attachments. It lights up, but I can't access any attachments.
There's at the bottom where it says part 1 of 4. Do you see that? Part 1 of 4. That's a link.
Right. It doesn't open when I tap it. It highlights, but it doesn't open. But I have all of these documents in front of me and more.
You have the original intake form for your complaint. The one from our office, the Google form.
Let's see.
It lists items 1 through 9.
I put some of the documentation away. I start my work day at 7 in the morning, and this is a little late. I think that it is wise what you have suggested. I think that we can take care of this very quickly if we simply address the complaint stemming from the January 27th, 2020 meeting around public comment. That's just.
I'm sorry, Dr. Sumchai, but your intake form with your very extensive notes of the complaint does not include what you're describing as a for what you're describing here today for that meeting.
Okay, I sent you a updated complaint form. I just sent it to you. That's the one that was filed at the time of the the meeting cancellation. That's very thorough. I am 100% sure, Chairman Wolf, that as part of the complaint, I made it clear that the public comment denial was the major issue. There's no way that I.
What's the date? What was the date of that submission?
Let's see. It was January, about the 20. Let's see. If the meeting was the 27th, it would have been. It was in the range of January the 29th.
So I have one dated December 7th, 2020.
Okay, so the December 7th, that is the form that, let me see, hold on, I believe that I sent you that would have been, let's see, so that's.
All right, let's do this. Let's refer it back to complaints. Refer it back to complaints. Let's have complaints work with Dr. Sumchai and with our administrator to make sure that the chronology of all the correct documents are here in the file. Because I'm getting a sense that it may not be. Member Stein, do you have something you wanted to contribute?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I feel bad because the complainant has obviously done a ton of work trying to present, a range of issues. But I feel like this is a case where the lack of order in the packet, the fact that like multiple things are being talked about at once, maybe because I'm partly new on the committee, I had a really hard time parsing what the core of this complaint was and what the evidence for it was, which is I think part of why I said bring it forward, because I just could not figure out, I couldn't definitively answer that it wasn't new. But I hope that if we go forward and try to streamline it and really come to what the core of it is, that we can have some conversation with Dr. Sumchai as we go, just to make sure that it's outlined in a way that we can fully understand what is the core of the complaint, what is the core of the evidence being presented, and that it is streamlined down to this one point, if that's the point she's mostly concerned about. And I don't even think that this packet included like what the last ruling was for us, for those of us who were not on this task force, to understand what had happened really in any previous case, what had been heard and not heard. It was hard to follow.
Okay. Let's open it up for public comment. Let's get to a vote and still have one more item. Mrs. J, and then put over to you.
Do we have public commenters?
Anonymous number 3.
Do we have other public commenters? Okay, it sounds like we only have one public commenter. Are you ready, sir?
I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is anonymous number 3. There's a whole bunch of confusion here because there's a lot of the story missing, and I happened to be at the original meeting, so I'm going to try to fill in some of that story. SOTF originally made a clerical error in categorizing this file as a public records complaint that caused significant confusion at the first special committee that heard the case because the respondent, Mr. Heckel, didn't have proper notice of what was going on. As I pointed out in that public comment, there is a real colorable complaint here in a detailed letter. It's not the intake form, because the intake form came after the actual complaint. I don't know why that is. The actual real complaint is a letter from Dr. Sumchai from P608, 609, and P610. Yes, she does combine separate, different, distinct allegations, one of which is related, as she states, to 19077, one of which is related to something happened in August 16th, 2019, and another thing, as she very clearly states, January 27th, 2020. This is the original documentation. You had all of this documentation at your first special committee meeting that heard this complaint, and there was confusion then as well. The right thing to do is have your complaint committee divide the file. There are multiple different allegations here, but she did make a real complaint. She does explain it. She did it at the right time. She didn't do it after the fact. It's just there was that original clerical error about the complaint being classified as a public records complaint, which caused a tremendous amount of confusion and redoing multiple committee hearings.
Okay.
So please read her letter P608 through 609 through 610, and it might clarify some things. Thank you.
Next speaker. Any other public comment? Okay, closing public comment. Folks, I just want to make this very clear. Looking at the original agenda for the complaint.
Hello, I wanted to make public comment, but I was muted. May I make public comment? Peter Warfield.
Yes, go ahead.
Hang on.
I don't know why I was muted. You going to give me a timer?
Yep, just a moment. Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
First of all, Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and also reachable at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this complaint and are not familiar with it other than the discussion that went what seemed to be around and around and around in a most confusing way today. At first I thought this was something that had to do with a rehearing and might have something to do with a previous issue that came up where the question was something completely different, apparently. The question of when did new information come to the awareness of somebody, and is that whole issue of what the time limits are. I appreciate very much Anonymous 3's clarification, and it's about the first clear thing that I've heard discussed here in a miasma of discussion. I was trying to see some of the documentation, but neither the blue attachments signifier of a link nor any other part of item 6 in the explanation of file number 20011, nor in the italicized supposed summary of where this came from. None of that indicated any live link whatsoever. So it was very hard to follow. It's also other times hard to follow when there is no way to search in the attachment for the page numbers being referred to, if in fact there are any page numbers referred to. It sounds like there was indeed a clerical error according to what Anonymous 3 said. It seems to me that this ought to be able to be untangled in a more efficient way than what's been going on for who knows how long. It's an exhaustion. And I think the suggestion of splitting the file, splitting the complaint into its elementary components, makes a lot of sense. I certainly would ask the complainant if that's okay and how she would handle it, I would certainly ask the complainant, who has indeed done a lot of work and deserves some level of sympathy, understanding, and an attempt to figure out how to handle what sound like legitimate issues. Thank you.
Okay, so any other public comment?
Elise Vincent here. I don't know if it's permittable for me to say public comment since I am a part of this case.
Usually we don't allow the parties as part of the motion.
But can I add really quickly that my memory just came back to me that we actually did discuss. It came up in the last meeting confusion. We actually did discuss part of the January 27th, 2020 accusation. Won't get into the merits of it, but it did come up in conversation. Multiple committee members asked me questions about it, so I just want to put that out there.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It sounds helpful, but I'm not sure if it is. Members, I just want you to know that the agenda for the complaint committee on May 18th has a different description than what is on today's agenda. Okay, that is where the problem lies. And I don't know how that happened. But the agenda item, if the agenda item on the May 18th complaint committee agenda was on today's agenda, we wouldn't be going around in circles. It would have been very clear. So that is where the issue is, I believe, because it specifically discusses regarding failing to have a meeting quorum, and then it also adds failing to it says failing to have a meeting quorum, failing to notice the time and place of a meeting, failing to allow public comment at the Mayor's Hunters Point Shipyard Citizens Advisory Committee on July 17th, 2019, January 27th, 2020, and January 28th, 2020. It's a very, very different description than what we're seeing here today. And I agree with Member Vice Chair Yankee. We should send this back to complaint committee. Work it out based upon what the actual description is and what the actual complaint elements are. You can definitely bifurcate or remove the parts that we're identifying here with regards to the Sunshine Task Force, and then deal with the other elements. And you can determine which elements that the task force should recommend to the task force to pay attention to, because there are 3 meetings here that are listed.
You've changed it. Earlier you said only the January 27, 2020. Now are you saying that it's everything again?
All I'm saying is we don't know. I don't know which end is up here, and I want the committee to figure that out so that when it comes to the task force, we've got the correct elements that we're supposed to focus on. We're spending time here on work that is supposed to have been done at an earlier process.
We did our job.
Yeah, it is. Make sure that the file is complete.
I said we did our job.
Well,
gave you a recommendation because we saw that it was a request for reconsideration. So it's not like we didn't do our job in the committee.
Well, the change in the agenda item for today is never supposed to happen like that.
Well, I don't write your agendas.
Well,
you write them.
How did the term reconsideration come up? It's not part of the complaint that was brought forward.
I didn't put it in your title. I just told you that this is in its essence a request for reconsideration. That was what we said in our ruling at the committee. But I didn't tell someone how to write your agenda for tonight and to put it into the title.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. That's because otherwise I don't know how it got there. So, okay. Vice Chair Yankee, go
Can
ahead.
we take a vote at this point?
Hi. Committee, this is Cheryl. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
I accept responsibility for putting the reconsideration on the agenda, and I apologize for the confusion. But I will put it on the next complaint committee hearing, which is in next to.
No,
take a vote.
Till the vote to determine that. It may fail. So are we ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Member Padmanabhan? Padmanabhan? Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
I'm sorry, what?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member LaHood? Member LaHood?
I'm trying to say aye. Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland, absent. Moved by Member Yankee, second by Chair Wolf, to send file number 20011 back to the Complaint Committee to address the January 27, 2020 meeting and remove any complaints about the task force because the task force cannot adjudicate itself. Is that correct?
And the reconsideration issue, since the time has elapsed for reconsideration of any 2019 order of determination.
And I will attend that meeting and help out as best as I can try and work out these issues. I'll do, if we have to, Member Schmidt, we can, review some of these items together just to administratively get it straight, so we can spend less time at the committee if you're open to that.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm sorry, parties. It sometimes happens, and it did tonight. Apologies. I know that you've been waiting a long time, and it's possibly taking you away from other activities. But we will reschedule this sometime in the future. Okay, please call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 20079, complaint filed by Shane Anderes against the District Attorney's Office and Chesa Boudin for violating Administrative Code Section 6721E by failing to respond to a records request in a complete and timely manner, 6726 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and 6727 by failing to provide legal justifications for withholding. On June 27, 2021, the Compliance and Amendments Committee found that Chesa Boudin and the District Attorney's Office have complied with requests for a search of Signal and other messaging apps related to the original records request and have found no additional responsive records and are referring the matter to the task force so that they may proceed with considering the case.
Okay, Compliance and Amendments Chair LaHood.
I'm trying to unmute.
You're muted. Okay, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. My computer is tired. We have a bit of a confusing situation here. So this came to compliance and amendments, and as part of the packet, there was an order of determination, which, as our meetings are sometimes spaced out in time, there was some confusion because we were treating this as compliance because there was an order of determination. And by the time we got to the end of this process, we realized that there should not have been an order of determination. And I went back and listened to the audio of our full task force hearing on May 5th. And there was there were cascading motions. And the motion that we ended up voting on, which was proposed by Vice Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Wong, was a new motion that had replaced an original motion that was a motion to continue the file and ask the respondent to do a search, which they agreed to do, on the Signal app and provide confirmation of results within 7 days to the task force and the petitioner, and then to have this monitored by CAC, which we did. In our next meeting, we had some questions about this because regarding the settings on the app, and we asked to continue it to our next CAC meeting to seek advice from our legal counsel, which we did. So by the time we got to the meeting last week, the Signal search had been done. It had not been done when originally requested. So there is a timeliness issue with that particular search. But we believe that it was conducted based on our request. We chose not to pursue additional requests for the settings based on advice from our legal counsel. But when we came to the point of making a recommendation for the task force, we realized that we had an order of determination that should not have been an order of determination. And I'm not sure what we should do at this point or how we should handle that. I can talk a little more about this, or Chair Wolf, what should we do at this point? Our recommendation that the search was conducted, although at much delayed time, because it was not conducted when the original records request was made. But we have fulfilled the part of the continuance in terms of the task force sending us this assignment, which has been completed, and now we're back to the task force. But it seems that the hearing now needs to continue, and I don't know if it makes sense to do it now or if we need to set that up for a next meeting. But there was some confusion because the order of determination should not have been written.
Okay, so refresh my memory on this one. At the time, during the task force meeting, when we went through all those actions and ended up with referring it back to committee, where were we in the process at the task force?
So we were in the middle, we had a hearing.
Yeah.
And there was a motion, but then there was a series of motions, and the original motion that would have been for a finding of violation essentially got overwritten by a motion to continue the matter and to send it to CAC to make sure that that the Signal search was completed.
Okay, so we got past rebuttals.
I guess we must have gotten past rebuttals because we're at the point of having a motion.
All right. Okay. So now we're in the space we're at the space now where we need to make a motion on now this additional information. Is that correct?
In terms of sequence, yes. I'm a little bit concerned, though. I believe that neighbors and Member Wong and I, because we've spent more time with this, are perhaps ready to make a decision. But I shouldn't speak for the rest of the task force, but having had a conversation about this in May and then coming back to it now, are people ready to make a decision based on a hearing that we had in May?
Okay, well, first things first, since a order of determination was issued, we should rescind it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because there was no actual decision that was made based on the merits. So I think first things first, just procedurally, there should be a motion to rescind the order of determination.
I'll make a motion to rescind the order of determination. And for your reference, and for anyone who wants to go back and listen to the audio, it's in the May 5th hearing, and it starts in, I mean, there's the discussion, but the part where we get to the motion to continue is around 2 hours and 31 minutes in.
And I'll second. This is Member Neighbors.
Okay. Any further discussion, members? Member Neighbors, did you have something more that you wanted to mention?
I just wanted to mention as part of our kind of preamble there that another glitch that I noticed today, because I attempted to go all the way back to the beginning and listen to all the audio for all of the steps. Mm-hmm. And the March 16th was the original hearing, and that audio was not up and available to the public, and so it had to be tracked down today. So that is another little bit of a sticking point.
Yeah, we've been experiencing sometimes 3 weeks after submission to IT for some items being posted to our website. So yes, there is an issue there. I know. It's not coming out from our office. It's coming from another department. So okay, so let's open up for public comment. For this is specifically on rescinding the improper creation of an order of determination. Public comment.
Anonymous number 3.
I can barely hear you.
Anonymous number 3.
Wait for Ms. Leger. Thank you.
Anonymous, you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I agree with this motion. It's the same thing I pointed out at your compliance committee last time. But the missing part here is that the motions that were overridden that you were just discussing, it's not just about when the signal search was conducted. It's also about, I believe they told you that it was the full email IT search may have also been done after the original request. So it wasn't just that whole discussion happened as part of discussing the order of the fact that there wasn't really an order of determination. Thank you.
Do we have other public commenters?
Yes, Peter Warfield.
You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, tell me when to start, please.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. Also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a party to this. We're not familiar with it other than discussions that we have heard. And one of the issues that I seem to recall, and it may not be this case, but it seemed to me that there was an issue of whether there had been a broad enough search for these messages, and whether enough of a broad search had been carried out. I think there's another issue, and that is how long after a request can the respondents not provide material And then way later, at what point do you say they failed to provide the material as opposed to did not provide it in a timely way? I think one of the other issues that I would certainly have is that I don't see any of these disappearing texts as a responsible governmental record-keeping practice. There's a requirement in Sunshine to maintain records in a professional manner. And to allow a technology that enables disappearing messages, I think is very questionable at best. And frankly, I don't think it should be allowed. It's not a responsible record-keeping mechanism. I don't know that there was any look also at whether the signal, the disappearing messages, were checked against standard retention policies, because every agency is supposed to have a whole schedule of document retention. The idea that technology would just be unquestioned, I
30
think,
seconds.
is quite wrong. If an agency decides to write their records on disappearing ink, would you accept that as, oh, well, I guess the disappearing ink is just going to disappear by itself? So those are some of the questions that I had. And then finally, I would have the question, how did it happen that there was an order of determination created? Was that a clerical error? Was somebody in charge from the task force? I think that needs to be, enlightenment needs to be gotten on that, because there seems to be some clerical errors going on and other kinds of errors.
Okay, thank you.
Your time is up.
In the previous case.
Thank you very much.
You.
Next speaker, please. Last call for public comment. Okay, members, I'll gonna fall on the sword on this one, because I should have tracked for the order of determination. I should have tracked the minutes a little better for this particular case. So I'll take full responsibility for this one. So with that, are we ready for a vote? Okay, please call the roll.
Hold on a second, guys. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Forsley?
Aye.
Member Forsley, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member LaHood, second by Member Neighbors to rescind the current OD, or order determination.
Very good. Okay, so we are now at the point of deliberation period. We've heard all the merits of the case. We've heard the testimonies. We've heard rebuttals. The action that we had taken at that time, and I'll read it verbatim from the minutes, moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Frazier, to continue the matter to the next Sunshine Ordinance Task Force hearing to allow the respondent time to conduct a signal search for records within the next 7 days, and to allow the district attorney's office to determine if a signal search was performed on the original request, period. In addition, the task force requested that the matter be monitored by the Compliance and Amendments Committee after the next SOTF hearing. So we charged compliance and amendments to monitor this on the task force's behalf, so to determine whether it's ready for prime time, coming back to us today. So I'm going to hand it back to CAC Chair LaHood and say, what is your findings? And how should what should we be considering on how to proceed at this point?
Well, it seems that at minimum we have a violation for failing to comply in a timely and complete manner, and that we know because the signal search was not done when the original request was made. It has been completed now. There were, I believe, 5 responsive records that were found that were withheld because of attorney-client privilege. I believe that was part of one of the previous motions in our May hearing of the full task force, but it was not clear what was happening in that direction, and perhaps the makers of those motions, if they want to revive what they were thinking at that time. But we ended up moving in the direction of feeling as though we didn't have enough information regarding the signal search, and the respondent at the time was willing to complete that within a short time frame to give us more information about this. But it was determined that it was not conducted when it was originally requested. It had been conducted subsequently. We do not have information about the app settings, and we were advised by our assistants, deputy city attorneys, that though we might request it, going in that direction was taking things a bit far afield, and also that the app settings were not part of the original request, and it's perhaps we'd be allowing ourselves to go farther than necessary, or maybe farther than appropriate, in pursuing information that was not directly part of the original request. It's also very difficult to know, based on what settings are, whether there may have been responsive records that no longer exist, because we can't know.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee have anything else to add?
Yeah, I will add that we did go, we questioned very thoroughly and did a lot of consideration around this, but one of the things that I think we really landed on, Mr. Campos was there representing the DA's office, and we finally got to the understanding that though they did not literally search the devices or the settings of all the employees, because they mentioned that it was not on the advice of their counsel, that it was not an appropriate or a required activity, but that they did ask every employee to search their own records to determine if there were any, or their own apps to determine if there were any responsive records, including those that were Signal apps, and that using that system, they had ascertained that there were no responsive records. So kind of an honor system, I guess.
Okay.
If I could interject.
Go for it.
Just on what Member Jones Neighbors was talking about, the Smith v. Superior Court case, or Smith v. San Jose, which is California Supreme Court, talks about how you deal with these retaining these types of messages, and what the local government, the sort of the processes by which the local government should try to figure out how to capture them or what it has to do to capture them. And the sort of the one line that the Supreme Court came up with is that you can't really ask the government agency to tell people to bring in all their phones and then they get inspected within the office. But you would want to have more of a situation where the agency or employer sends out a request to everyone saying, look, we want you to inspect your own devices and get everything off them relating to this search. And we expect you to bring those in. So that's how it's sort of like parceled out in terms of responsibility. And that's the plan that Supreme Court sort of approved in a way. It sort of left it up to localities, but that's the extent to which they sort of described how it should work.
I would also add that with regards to Smith versus San Jose, and I might be echoing Member Schmidt a bit here, is that it puts the full control of retrieval and disclosure of information and or records in the hands of the owner of the device.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that anybody else gets to see it is if a court, if there's a subpoena. And even if there's a subpoena, I don't know if you remember the federal government trying to get into iPhones that were encrypted, that even the federal government couldn't get into a personal device. It was took a very long time. It was very difficult. So I think it's a very high bar when it comes to that. And I'm not necessarily in agreement that the settings are a public document. And if there's some concern that there was some misuse of devices in order to hide or prevent the disclosure, then I think that needs to be determined by a court. Court created this particular provision. This was not a legislative item. This was not passed by the voters. This was part of case law, and it can be very complex. And I'm not sure that we're equipped for it, because at the same time we're to be adjudicating the CPRA and the ordinance broadly, not narrowly. And so if we feel that there was a violation of withholding of some sort, and that was incorrect, we take that on a very broad basis. But to try to get into the weeds of whether a device had settings set that could possibly remove certain or all messages, we have no way of knowing, even if we get that info, we have no way of knowing when that actually happened, because of the way those types of apps are designed. And so I don't think it's necessarily in our purview to have access to a person's device. That would possibly need to be done in camera, which we don't have authority to do. And we don't have authority for subpoena power either. Vice Chair Yankee. Sorry.
Yeah, just to kind of build upon that, I think that makes it that much more important that we concentrate on why timely responses to these types of things are so important, because who knows what kind of auto deletion settings are out there. There's obviously no way that we can figure it out. But the length of time, obviously, that has gone on between when this was initially asked for and when the signal search was actually conducted, that was a long span of time, right? And so I think that shows why I'm hoping whatever motion we come up with really does narrow in on that timeliness factor, because I think that this case demonstrates why that's so important.
Okay, and just to also refresh your memory, if you read the minutes from that meeting, the original motion that was made was by Member Padmanabhan, second by Member Frazier, to find that the DA's office violated Admin Code Sunshine Ordinance 6721E by failing to respond to a records request in a complete and/or timely manner, 6726 by failing to keep withholding to a minimum, and 6727 by failing to provide legal justifications for withholding. That is what we started out with, and then from there we went towards the Signal app issue. So let's pick it up from there. Vice Chair Yankee.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I recall, we had discussed, and I'm not sure we were all in agreement at the time, about whether or not there were some attorney-client privilege withholdings, and whether or not that was appropriate or not. I think that's a separate issue than the timeliness issue. So maybe it's worth revisiting that if that's still a concern among the members.
Okay. I don't see that necessarily in the minutes, but that could have been discussed at the time.
Originally in
Member Neighbors.
in the January meeting, I think that's when there was originally discussed that there were 5 documents that were held back because of attorney-client privilege, and we clarified the client was the DA office and the city attorney was the attorney of record. I think those are the documents that you're talking about, member or Mr.
I think there was some type of, I forget which meeting it was in, but if I recall, there were a handful of documents that were withheld for attorney-client privilege. I'm not sure we ever settled whether that was appropriate or not, or inappropriate, but that I think was separate than the searching of the devices and doing so in a timely manner. I'm not sure that we need to. I don't know if there's still concerns amongst those documents. I mean, just me personally, I share what the recommendation that Member Hood talked about timeliness. That seems to be, to me, the crux of this case, and what concerns me the most. But if anyone has, comments about those documents, I don't recall personally having concerns about those.
I think it's just difficult with attorney-client privilege, and we've run into this again and again. There's not much more we can do about it because we don't have the opportunity for in-camera review. We just sort of have to take them for their word on it. I think Mr. Andrews, and I don't want to speak for him, but I believe in previous meetings he has questioned that, but I don't think there's much more that we can do about those specific, the 5 documents that have been withheld for attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, and I could tell you, even courts don't do in-camera review except in a very unusual case when it's about attorney-client privilege. So to me, you assert the privilege, you've got an established relationship with the attorney. That's just something that it's pretty much privileged.
Well, according to our minutes, there was testimony from Mr. Andrews that Ms. Burke did not indicate attorney-client privilege on the 5 documents that were not provided as an issue, and there was no reason for withholding the records. So was there what transpired with regards to that at the committee level?
We weren't focused on that. We were focused on the signal search.
Okay. then fine. So are we satisfied that the signal search has been completed and done?
We are satisfied that it was completed and done within the past 2 months. It was not completed when originally requested. But we should, we have the parties here, or I assume that the parties are here if members have questions that they want to ask them directly.
David Campos is here on behalf of the District Attorney's Office.
Welcome, Mr. Campos. Is Mr. Andrews here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
So has the search for the signal messages, has that been completed?
Mr. Chair, thank you for your service. I don't think anyone can question anyone's commitment here, given how late it is. But as was noted by the committee chair, we did complete the search, and we have found no responsive documents. And the only responsive documents that we have found that we are withholding are the 5 documents that the Madam Chair identified.
Great. And so what about the part where Mr. Andrews had stated that Ms. Burke did not indicate attorney-client privilege on these 5 documents at that time?
Yeah, respectfully, I don't know exactly what time he is referring to, but we have asserted that those documents are protected by the attorney-client privilege. As much as we have a responsibility to provide responsive documents, we also have a responsibility to protect the interests of the taxpayers of San Francisco. There's a lawsuit that was filed by Mr. Andrews' client, and there are interests that the city has, and pursuant to those, we asserted that privilege. So I don't know exactly what he means in terms of when we failed to assert that privilege, but we believe those 5 documents are privileged.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members. I guess this is the crux of that matter.
So this is Attorney Shane Andrews. Do I have an opportunity to make comment as well?
Sure.
Right. So I just for this committee's benefit, I never expected at this hearing anyway. I thought the attorney-client privilege issue was laid to rest. I understand that the signal settings are not available and you cannot require them. That is, I've moved past that. What I'm and I apologize if I'm mistaken. It is late, but what I'm most concerned about is I believe I heard again this evening from a committee member the same misrepresentation or misunderstanding on which this committee is operating, that the DA's office verbally or in writing questioned employees about whether they had responsive documents, because I had to be uncharacteristically disruptive at the last hearing so I could get the committee members to focus on the fact that same misrepresentation at the previous May hearing had carried into the June hearing, until finally Ms. Burke, was forced to answer a very direct question. Did you, was there any written communication? No. Well, did you go and ask employees? No. They did back-end searches of Mr. Boudin's account. I think Ms. Burke, and to be completely, candid, she said that if there were employees that were spoken to, it was whoever Mr. Boudin said he communicated with on Signal. Okay, so that again, so I want to make sure I'm being completely honest too. That's what I heard, right? And so regardless, Signal has been a complete detour, right? An important one, but still a detour. My request was very clear in that I wanted communications to and from Mr. Boudin regarding Mr. Osley, emails, letters, phones, apps, all these things. And again, Signal, by the way, only became a detour because we identified it as one. And yet, for some reason, we all now focused in on Signal, but it's also our understanding now that perhaps the DA's office has opted for a different messaging app now that this one has been identified. So, the idea that why we went so narrow about Signal rather than messaging apps, I have no idea. Bottom line is, the request was not complied with when it was requested, because all that happened is they looked only at Mr. Boudin's emails in his account. So then all that time passes, and then we get here, and so I have no idea what was done. And then even when I thought we were finally going to get some sort of assistance in the process to say, okay, well, at least explain to us, the steps you took. Then even then, when they said what little they did, apparently the committee said, yeah, that sounds sufficient. And I don't think that was the original interpretation in May when it made the determination of those violations, because I even heard public commenters, when they comment on what's happened at these hearings, they know it. And so it shouldn't be a secret or a surprise. I mean, the emails, they didn't respond even, it wasn't just Signal. It was emails and basically every electronic communication that existed within that office was not searched, and no employees were questioned as broadly as Mr. Campos would have led this committee to believe in May, questioned regarding responsive information. So it didn't happen from the beginning. Frankly, it didn't happen at the last hearing, hasn't happened at all. But, I'd be satisfied with at least what I'd heard previously, that the committee make a determination that it didn't happen and refer it to the Ethics Commission, because it cannot refer the DA to himself.
Okay, thank you. Members, we were trying to ascertain what all the communications might have been. The text messaging part came up. That was not, at the time, I believe, was not searched, and that was the purpose of referring it back to committee, just so we had a complete file. I'm going to reread the request that was made of the DA by the petitioner. It states, quote, all communications to or from Chesa Boudin regarding Thomas Ostley, including emails, phone records, texts, letters, memos, and written communications, including meeting/telecom notes, whether communicated by public or private telephones, smartphones, computers, laptops, or through other means between January 1st, 2019 and the present. And the present at that time was February 4th, 2020. Okay, so that is what is before us. Have we got, what are we, where are we with regards to all those documents? We had, as I reiterated, we had started with a finding of violation of 6727, 6724, 26, 24I, and wait a second, no, I'm in the wrong place here.
I think you had said 6721E, 6726, and 6727.
Yeah, my that's I'm in the wrong place. Yeah. So that's where we're at. Yes. 21E, 26, and 27. Okay. So there's no motion on the floor. Is there any other debate or deliberation that's needed? Is there a motion?
All right, this is Vice Chair Yankee. I'll make a motion. I'll move the District Attorney's Office violated 67.21B for not searching all messenger applications at the time of the request.
Second.
I think there's more than that. I mean, what about the ones that we just mentioned? I mean, timely and complete manner is certain.
Right.
But was this case only about the text messages? It wasn't. It was about other documents.
Yeah.
Right.
And we did the extensive back-end email search was ongoing while we were dealing with this case, and clearly did not happen when it was originally requested.
So I mean, I'll more broadly include it to all records requested. You know, the timely, I'll say 6721B for not, timely searching all requested records within the prescribed time period. I'm not sure the other ones that were in the motion we discussed apply to this. I think those were related to the attorney-client privilege things. So I'm not including that in my motion. If someone wants to amend or make a separate motion, you can do that. But I think that we've dropped the attorney-client privilege documents, so I'm not comfortable going there with my motion.
So you're saying 21B and 21E?
21B, unless, did you see how 21E fits in this?
You know what? I may have misstated.
Let's talk about petitioning the task force for a record determination. E is, so I'm not sure. I'm seeing B.
Well, but the complainant is stating that the other records were not, I think, were provided in a timely manner.
Right. That's why I'm moving for 6721B for the requested records not being searched and provided in a timely manner.
I thought I heard you say just for the text messages.
I'm I guess amending my own based on member input to more broadly the requested records.
Okay, I would suggest instead of putting a motion on the floor that we discuss what items are, what the violations could be, so we can formulate a cohesive motion without having to do a million amendments.
Okay, I can rescind if you prefer. You were asking for a motion, so.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
So if you like, I can rescind. If people want to discuss it, I'm happy to go that route instead.
No, keep it.
If there's some, if all I'm saying is if there's some indecisiveness about the motion and it needs to be expanded, then I would say, hold off until you get your bearings.
Would the members prefer to discuss? If so, I will remove my motion from the table. There was just a very long moment of silence, and there was a request for a motion. So.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I appreciate that.
I rescind my second.
Matthew, you're rescinding your motion?
Yes.
Sure, I'll rescind it.
Okay. So you have a, Member Padmanabhan, go ahead.
I think we need to include 67.21C in addition to B, where it says provide a custodian of a public record shall assist a requester in identifying the existence, form, nature, And it goes on to say that provide in writing within 7 days following receipt whether, well, the previous line says whether or not the contents of those records are exempt from disclosure and shall, when requested to do so, provide in writing within 7 days. I think I was, the original motion was referred to this and not to E. I think there was a mistake made.
So it should have been B, not E?
No, it was C, not E.
C, not E. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have 6721C, B, and C?
Yes.
That
Yeah.
we're considering? Okay. Anything else?
That adds in that they didn't claim exemptions. Is that what you're thinking on that one? Adding the C.
So the justification for withholdings?
Yes.
So that's 6727. Okay. So 6721C, B, and C. 6727. Is there a 6726? That came up in the previous meeting also. So if not, okay. If so, okay.
What's the 6727 for?
Failing to keep withholding to a minimum.
Did that happen?
Did that happen?
I mean, I understand they took a very long time to search the records, but I'm not understanding if there's an allegation that they're still withholding things that shouldn't have been withheld. I mean,
except for the attorney-client privilege items.
I think.
I know, we already.
Yeah, there's a dispute about the attorney-client privilege, which is not in touch right now. But I think we'll just limit it to 6721C and B, perhaps.
Okay. All right. I think.
Can I say something quick? I thought 6727 was for failing to provide justification.
It's 6726. Oh no, 6727. You're right. For failing to provide legal justifications for withholding. We agree. We're considering that.
All right. So just.
Okay. So now, ready for a motion. Okay, got all your points. Is there a motion?
Well, someone else try this time.
Well, we've identified all the points.
Okay, I'll make a motion to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance section 67.21B and 67.21C.
Can you be specific about what those violations entail?
67.21C for failing to provide records in a complete, timely manner.
Are we not including 6726?
No.
I'll second.
Who is that?
Moved by Member Padmanabhan, second by Member Schmidt, to find the San Francisco District Attorney's Office in violation of Administrative Code 6721C and 6727. Correct?
I thought it was 21B and 21C.
Oh, B and C? That's it? Okay. So 6721B and 6721 B for
Timeliness.
for timeliness, and C for assistance, right?
Yes.
Could you be clear? Is it B as in boy and C as in cat?
Yes, B is in boy, B is in Bravo, C is in Charlie.
Thank you.
Okay. Public comment.
Anonymous number 3.
Do we have other public commenters?
This is Shane Andrews. Parties are not allowed to speak during public comment. Is that correct? I just didn't have an opportunity to say something.
That's correct, not on the actual motion. Since you were provided full testimony before, and we gave you opportunity to speak.
You did. Okay, thank you.
Are there other public commenters? Okay, anonymous number 3, are you ready?
No, there's an echo, and I ask that you first fix the echo before I start speaking.
Yeah, Mr. Leger, it's coming from your end. If you can mute your mic, you can't mute your microphone. If you can move your phone away from your computer, that might be helpful.
Is that better?
A little.
Okay. Okay, anonymous number 3.
Go ahead.
Anonymous number 3, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think you should make the wording for the 6721B violation a little bit more specific, and the wording I would suggest is for not conducting a timely search of all responsive records in the constructive possession of the Office of the District Attorney. And that clearly states what they failed to do. And the reason is because in the end, they still aren't turning over any records. So in the sense of timely kind of providing those records is not exactly what happened. It's the fact that they did not conduct a timely search of all responsive records in the constructive possession of the Office of the DA. And this matters because if he wins this motion, if Shane Andrews wins this motion, he'll go back to compliance. And I think you can ask them a simple question. Have you now conducted a complete search of all responsive records of every kind of form they requested, whatever IT searches, messenger, it doesn't matter, in the constructive possession of the District Attorney's Office, and they better be able to tell you yes. So that's why I would suggest that wording, and consider a 6727 violation. Additionally, if they did not cite in writing within 10 days of the original response prior to the complaint, the attorney-client privilege justification. Thank you very much.
Do we have other public commenters?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, just a moment.
Yes, who? Peter Warfield?
I said just a moment.
Who are you recognizing?
Please be patient. Please be patient, Speaker. The administrator will address you when she's ready. Thank you.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes, let me know when to start.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and by mail at P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. We're not a party to this and not familiar with it except for the discussions that have been held, and of course we're concerned with sunshine in the pursuit of what we do and want it to work well. I want to say, and I've said it multiple times here, when you say yes or okay or we hear you, there have been times when I was literally thinking you referred to me, and then I heard one after another other people having public comment and what seemed like me being ignored. And that's because you were not specific about who you were saying you heard or didn't hear, and that made it impossible to understand whether we were being heard or not. There's no confirmation if you don't give some kind of a name. With respect to this item, first of all, I'd like to agree with anonymous number 3. I think it's very important to be very specific always with respect to what it was specifically, what action specifically caused the violation that you are finding. There are going to be problems with anybody making sense out of it, with anybody finding meaning in it, if you don't do a very specific, as much as possible, specification of what it is that people did incorrectly according to what you have found. So I would certainly agree with his amendments. I would also ask, why are you leaving out 67.26, which was alleged and discussed and so on? The withholding was not kept to a minimum. I think it's clear that they didn't, well, let me just leave it at that. With respect to order of determination, you often, and even earlier today, have said you order people or urge them to do something specific. And so I would ask you to include in this an additional thing in which you say that you urge them to do a specific action or actions to remedy what they've done and to make sure there's progress or compliance by the time it reaches follow-up at your compliance committee. Thanks very much.
Any other public comment? Last call, public comment. Okay, public comment is closed. Members, you ready for a vote? Okay, here, you're on mute, Member LaHood.
We ready?
Hang on. No.
Go ahead. You can. No, you're on mute again. There you go.
Are we interested in any of the suggested modifications, or are we happy with what we have at the moment?
I would please not ask a question, and if you have an interest in something, then I would suggest bring it forward so we don't prolong the pain here.
I think what we have is sufficient. More detail. I'll let somebody else pick this up. I'm 3 time zones ahead.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for a vote? Hearing no objection, please call the roll.
Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbor, Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Forsley? Did she have to leave?
She did leave. She
Yes,
left.
she did.
All right. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. Moved by Member Padmanabhan, seconded by Member Schmidt, to find that the District Attorney's Office in violation of 6721B for timeliness and 6721C for failing to provide assistance to the petitioner.
Thank you. Just note for the record that Member Forsley left sometime around 10:30. Okay, please call the next item. Thank you, parties, for sticking around. I know it's late. I would appreciate your patience through this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, please call the next item.
Item number 8, Chair's Report.
Okay, so go ahead.
I was going to read the items. Project Catalyst Program, System-wide Advisories, and Annual Report to the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, so the only item I'm going to discuss in detail is number 1. Number 2 and number 3. Number 2 you can read in the attachment. Unfortunately, I was unable to finish writing the advisories, but I'll get to it after the first one. And then the last one is the annual report. Will just be, it's just a query for you folks to start sending me items to include in the annual report. With Project Catalyst, I've been creating a number of projects and then creating work groups that are passive meeting items, essentially. So they are recorded and they can be attended. And so this first one was to start dealing with our backlog. And I chose to work with one petitioner who has quite a number of files with us, and that is anonymous number 3, and which we'll call anonymous number 3. He identifies himself in these meetings as such. And so we've met a couple of times, and through those meetings, which also included Vice Chair Yankee and Member Wong, just as from kind of the chair level. Member Wong, if you remember, is shadowing Vice Chair Yankee and I on administration of our task force here. So this is kind of an administrative item. It doesn't necessarily change, that we, the final outcome. The final outcome will always be an order of determination. But what it does do is query the respondents as to whether they admit noncompliance of the ordinance with regards to the complaint, or they plead no contest. And for those items, we will bring to the task force on a consent calendar. Okay? Public comment, I haven't figured out how that will work yet on this, but essentially with public comment on a consent calendar item, we can provide a considerable, some time to address any one or another items in the consent calendar. It can be done. It can be done any number of ways. Not quite there yet on that part of the process. So right now, what you see in the attachment is kind of a treatment on how the process would work. And so what I'm presenting to the task force is a proposal to, as a pilot project, to continue working with anonymous number 3 to identify specific groups of complaints. We're going to start with the one group, which will be Prop G calendars, and determine of the multiple requests and responses and then complaints that have been filed with us on Prop G calendars, which ones of those respondents have admitted noncompliance or have declared or pleaded no contest. We'll put those all together as one action item for all those items, and then we'll take a vote by consent calendar. That will, if we can get through 5 to, or 10 items in one consent calendar, that's in 1 or 2 whole meetings, and we will have reduced our backlog pretty, significantly. And if we continue with this program, it should help streamline and expedite our backlog fairly quickly through the end of the year. Any discussion, any questions, any suggestions, any objections? Okay.
I'll just say that I commend this is Member Schmidt. I commend the attempt to come up with creative ways to do whatever needs to be done to attack the backlog, because the backlog is, to me, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this before, but it's really like my personal pet issue number 1 in this. And I don't know if this would be everything that was needed to get that backlog back down, but I really like the idea of thinking outside the box to create a mechanism like this. Thank you.
Well, the one thing I will say as an added value to this is that it presents us with also the ability to review the work that Anonymous 3 has been doing, and will help us, if starting with system-wide advisories, to be able to identify key problems with the implementation of the ordinance. And so that's another feature of this at the same time. But we do want to assure that all complaints that are coming forward receive an ordered determination of some sort, either positive or negative, whatever it is. In support or not in support of an ordered determination. So by clumping together all the ones where there's no contest, it's pretty clear what the outcome should be at that point. It doesn't remove the ability for reconsideration by any of the parties. That will remain. So if there's nothing else, go ahead. Somebody wanted
to... sorry, I don't know if I missed this, but are petitioners going to be asked if it's okay with them to have their things grouped together, or will it just be done by the task force?
Well, so this pilot program, we're right now working with Anonymous number 3 primarily.
Okay.
It won't be with any other petitions, because this will be, the work that they've done is so extensive with the number of complaints that are the majority, or at least half of the backlog. And so we have to deal with that batch in order to reduce it. So that way everybody else gets a turn, and we limit how many there could be per meeting. But if we stay the way we're going with still more complaints coming in by the bucket load, we'll always be in a backlog. So there's got to be some way to do this. And so here's one way we can try it. It's a pilot program.
Right.
If it works, and we can expand it and scale it up. If it doesn't work, then we'll continue to find some other way. This isn't the only thing in my head that I'm trying to work on and that I've taken suggestions from all of you for. This is just the one that's kind of ready to go.
No, I get it. It sounds good. It sounds like it is with the consent of somebody who's got a lot of petitions in, and it sounds good.
Okay, great. Because anonymous number 3 has been directly working with us on this, I'm going to give him a little bit of time to, as he's been part and parcel to these meetings, to if there's anything else he wants to expand on with regards to this program.
Sure, this is anonymous number 3. Do you want me to speak?
Yes, if you'd like to. It's up to you.
All right. Sure. So I want to be clear. It's not only with my consent, it's with my wholehearted consent. And I hope that if the pilot does prove itself out, that this becomes somewhat of a standard thing. And I think I've discussed this in emails before, that you can ask for all complaints a written kind of plea, even if you're not bunching them together, just so you know what is actually at issue. I think some of today's complaints showed that if you can know in writing what is disputed versus what is not disputed, I think it would help everyone. I have 2 suggestions to change some of the wording that's in the current draft. I have sent those as an email to the task force. I can read them into the record if the chair would like me to, or I can also not. But I was just suggesting some very precise wording so that it's fair for everyone and no one thinks that they're kind of losing due process, and so it's very, very precise what's happening. So
I would like you to read into record because I'm going to entertain a motion to approve the pilot.
Okay, let me pull it up. 1 second. All right. So I am proposing, and I'm going to read this out, that the wording of the kind of the plea or contest question sent by the administrator to every respondent that is in this pilot says the following, quote, does, in a placeholder name of specific respondents alleged, parentheses respondents, admit to noncompliance or declare no contest to all allegations in the below complaint file, placeholder file number, against you, please choose one answer. You may, if you wish, also attach any additional explanation. A, admit to noncompliance for all allegations below. B, declare no contest to all allegations below. C, deny one or more allegations below, parentheses, please state in additional explanation which of the allegations you deny and supporting evidence and or argument. Next line, complaint allegations. And then this is the important part. There's a placeholder for the exact OD or a violation wording proposed. So they have exact notice of what's being proposed. And the final paragraph reads, if respondents admit noncompliance or declare no contest, the SOTF may, at its discretion, issue an order of determination against the respondents for the allegations listed above without a hearing, and thereafter refer the matter to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring as needed. And then there's a second quote I can read if you have all that down. So
I think that was a little fast for Ms. Leger if she was typing. But
it is in a direct email. It's an exact copy of the email I have sent to Ms. Leger. So.
Okay, great.
Okay, you sent this email to me?
It's an email. Yes, it's an email sent on July 30th at 1:33 p.m. from my standard Proton mail. Yeah. And then the second thing is the proposal for the exact wording for the consent agenda item. That is, quote, shall the SOTF accept the written admission of noncompliance and or declaration of no contest in the respondents in files, and you list all the file numbers, comma, issue orders of determination finding violations in all files without conducting a hearing, comma, and refer the matters to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for monitoring, and that would be the question.
Okay, and that's all in the email that you sent on July 30th?
It is all in the email on July 30th, 1:33 p.m., correct.
Okay,
right,
and I will, go ahead. Ms. Leger, do you have something else you wanted to say?
No, I didn't know if you had something else you wanted to tell me.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, not. Okay.
So I just want to add that we've already been working on the addition of the question with regards to this. Victor has already started putting that into some draft form. So we're kind of, 90% ready to go here. I'll entertain a motion to approve the pilot program, and if you all agree, then we'll get started.
Is entertaining a motion the same as making a motion?
Yes, I'm entertaining it from you, any of you.
So
no. I'm not making a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the pilot program.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so moved by Member Stein, second by Member LaHood. Any other discussion, members? Okay, public comment.
Yes, I'd like to make public comment.
Certainly, Peter Warfield.
Mr. Warfield, you ready to make public comment?
I have to get the timer going here.
I have a timer.
I'm ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield, Library Users, 2004 @yahoo.com. Also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, 94117-0544. Executive Director of Library Users Association. I find this extremely alarming and wrong. You are supposed to do your decision making in public. And here we are, we don't know for how long this is going to run. We don't know what the specific restrictions are on what this applies to. A very good question from one of the members was, will the petitioners be asked whether they want to participate in this? There are also serious questions about a hearing. I think it's very important for the task force to understand why and how the respondents have violated the law, if in fact they have. It may be different for different people. There may be causes. Your understanding and your guardianship and monitoring of Sunshine, I think, depends on understanding. Just to have a bunch of pieces of paper that say, oh, we violated, okay, sorry. Where is the, for example, plan to fix anything? Where is the monitoring for fixing anything? Anonymous 3 does a lot of research and is very knowledgeable about what his concerns are and what violations he may find. But not everybody is that knowledgeable. In our case in June against the Library Commission, one of your members actually came up with a specific violation that we hadn't focused on, though we provided the information that made it possible. The initial complaint that we had was simply that we weren't able to make public comment and that was not a proper opportunity for public comment. All of the details, how did it happen? What were the issues? None of that is going to be explored here, nor is it even going to be clear what the violation was, what sections of the law were violated, and why. Was it some plan? There's a lot you can do to
30 seconds.
Improve your process with getting out of backlogs, which I certainly agree with. But that might include going for the mayor, going for whoever are the big violators, going for who's responsible. Also discussing with people whether to put 6 complaints on one agenda and then having them pull out at the last minute, possibly because they didn't get enough notice. There's a whole range of things you can do to improve your process. But to cut back on the people's right to know what's going on, for you yourselves and the public to learn what's going on, this is very wrong, and it's been all done in secret.
Speaker. Next speaker, please.
I would like to speak, Cheryl.
Mr. Monet Shaw?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Okay. Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I cannot believe this meeting started at 4 p.m. And we've heard at least, 6 or 7 times Mr. Warfield's contact information. Once is enough, Peter. Just say it once in a meeting and people will know how to get a hold of you or not. You've wasted a lot of time during this now 7.5-hour meeting. Repeating shit we've already heard once, which was enough. I would, addressing this motion, suggest that it needs to be amended that to provide the great advice coming from anonymous number 3, who I deeply respect, even though I don't know who that person is, that if the respondent, the accused, agrees to a stipulation of either one of the 3 options, that the process should then go to the complainant and say and ask complainant, are you willing to waive a public hearing because the respondent has admitted some form of culpability, and it's not enough, in my book, to get the respondent to admit wrongdoing without asking the complainant whether they will bypass all other processes and agree to accept a stipulation. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Yes, may I be heard?
Do we have another speaker?
Yes, this is Hank Heckle.
You ready, Mr. Heckle?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Task Force. I don't want to belabor this hearing, which is already running late. I appreciate everyone is a bit worn out from the process and the time. But as to this Project Catalytic project and series of meetings that's been transpiring, and sounds like it's going to continue, I trust that that being a policy body, that those meetings will be noticed and agendized in accordance with the Brown Act and the Sunshine Ordinance, because it is a committee that is created by a policy body and is therefore itself a policy body, not a passive meeting body. That's consistent with the city attorney's advice and the Good Government Guide. And also, since Anonymous has been working to resolve his backlog, the SOTF's backlog of complaints, which is largely a creation of Anonymous's complaints, I would hope that the task force would notice and include the respondents to these Prop G complaints in any discussion of combining them, setting them up for some kind of expedited review and resolution. This task force, its own rules require that any correspondence with a party to a complaint include the other party, and therefore all discussion of these Prop G complaints and the resolution thereof, I would hope, would include all respondents' departments going forward. Thank you.
we have other public commenters?
Sullivan?
Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I agree with Mr. Heckel, the need for openness and inclusion of the recipients also in determining the pilot program. The only way, and I do think that you need to try various things. The real thing that's going to bring down the caseload or get people to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance is some more teeth. And so I would start looking at how to provide teeth to the ordinance. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Do we have other public commenters?
Okay, closing public comment. Okay, so a couple of quick responses. First of all, the task force has never been deemed a policy body. The actual description for a policy body, we don't even have the authority to create policy. So it's never been described as a policy body. I've never seen it in writing. It's never been identified in the charter or anywhere else in city code as to be that. The task force self-imposes itself to comply with the ordinance as an example. In this case, with regards to these work groups, the work groups were created by me, and they were for advice for me so that I can work on and gather information to be able to create these proposals. This proposal is coming from me. The work group was specifically advice for me under, and that I followed explicitly under 67.3 C with regards to number 1, advisory committees created by the initiative of a member of a policy body, the mayor or department head. I just kind of figured I'll follow that. So I don't feel that there's any non-compliance with regards to the passive meeting body. The 67.4 describes how that all works out with regards to noticing and what have you. And so all of that has been done. Those meetings have been recorded. You can request the recordings from our office, and they will be made available to you. With regards to hearings, if you go to 6721E, you will, and this is something that was not just came out of the blue. This has been suggested and very strongly argued by members of the public in public comment many times, that the task force is not required to hold a hearing. And it's just a single sentence in 6721E that says, where requested by the petition, the Sunshine Task Force may conduct a public hearing concerning the records request denial. Okay? It is not a requirement. Even if it's requested, the task force has a choice whether to conduct a hearing or not. And we've heard about this many times, sometimes vociferously, from members of the public. So for this particular project, the idea is to focus on where there is actual no contest or a full admission of noncompliance. That's where we're starting at, because that's the easiest way to identify that there is a very clear outcome for it because there's no defense. The defense has conceded to the complaint. So I take a little offense that we're not fulfilling our duties by. We have no requirement for holding a hearing. So we're taking a little advantage of that for this one very specific area. And if the petitioner, moving forward, if the petitioner feels that an item should go for a hearing, it's up to the petitioner to make that request. And the task force has always honored the request from the petitioners if they wanted a hearing. And we have a multitude of hearings all the time. We don't not have hearings on these files. So that's my response to the comments that were made tonight. Vice Chair Yankee, and yeah.
Just a very, very brief response. I know it's late and everyone wants to go. I just wanted to point out that, with 140-ish pending complaints, we've now spent roughly 2 hours per complaint just at this meeting alone. At that rate, it would take us, if not one more complaint came in, 35 months to complete the backlog. 35 months, assuming not one more. So I understand that there's a lot of input about, the process and everything, but I'm concerned that this, well, I mean, it is no longer possible to manage if we do 2 hour hearings for every complaint. 35 months is I think everyone would agree is just not acceptable. So I think we have to be open-minded to try new and creative ways. I think this is an excellent chance to try something new, to expedite things. I think, the public, deserves to have their time before us. And waiting 35 months is not going to be, I think, acceptable to anyone. So I'm excited to see this go through, and I thank everyone for their input and their hard work on
it. Member Stein.
Yeah, I'll just add briefly that because I think this is something that the petitioner is opting into, and because the respondents are only being put into this process if they do not contest that they made a violation already, I think it's, from my perspective, okay not to have a hearing, and that the point of our task force is really just to ensure that people comply with the Sunshine Ordinance. And hearings aren't always the best way to ensure that compliance. And so to me, this is a very low stakes way of trying to ensure compliance and get through our caseload.
Anyone else? Are we ready for a vote? Okay, hearing no objections, please call the roll.
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member, excuse me. Member Padmanabhan?
Aye.
Member Padmanabhan, aye. Member Neighbors?
Aye.
Member Neighbors, aye. Member Forsley, absent. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Wong?
Aye.
Member Wong, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Highland, absent. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye.
Results?
Moved by Member Stein, second by Member LaHood to approve the pilot program.
Okay. Project Analytic Pilot Program. Okay. Thank you. The second item is with regards to system-wide advisories. I'm not going to get in too deep with it. You can read the minutes from the EOT meeting. I will say that I think I was a little bit not thinking about my own personal time that I have available to me to have a draft prepared for you today. But at the same time, I was feeling that legal counsel should review it before that. So this will, I think I'll probably have to wait till next month. This particular issue For this particular advisory, among many others, this first one would be just addressing time limits, and you'll see in the report what the different aspects are. So if you have any input or happy to take it, and I'll address it in the draft of the advisory, and I'll get some legal counsel to review it, and then I'll present it in the September meeting, for approval to be sent out. And that'll remain with the EOT committee until such time. Is there any public comment? Is there any comment from members first on that? No. Public comment on that.
I would like to make a comment. I'm Patrick.
Yeah. Oh, before Patrick speaks, I just want to say I received a very well-written input and suggestions for this from Patrick, and I will be including as much of that as possible as reasonable into the advisory. Go ahead.
So I can speak, right?
Yeah, just wait for Cheryl to start the clock.
You ready, Mr. Shaw?
I am.
Go ahead.
Chair Wolf, I cannot thank you enough. I am 70. I've been happily retired, laughing all the way to the bank every month when I deposit my pension. So I just want to get off the phone and climb into my new Pendleton wool blanket and go to sleep. I'm exhausted. But thank you for acknowledging that I drafted potential language that I really want you to review with the city attorney and incorporate as much of my suggestions as you can. I look forward to seeing the draft presented to the public before you adopt it. I think it's really important that you start getting these advisories sent out quickly and then posted to the task force's website as a resource for both potential complainants and respondent departments to refer to see past rulings the task force has made, and to the extent that getting that information posted online may help reduce the backlog by departments knowing whether they're going to lose any attempt at fighting a sunshine complaint. That will help reduce your backlog. So thank you very much. I'm going to go climb under that new wool blanket. Thanks, folks.
Next speaker.
Anonymous number 3.
Are you going to have to speak up? I can barely hear you.
Anonymous number 3, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is a fantastic idea. Thank you to Mr. Manette Shaw for drafting this. Thank you to the chair for pushing this forward. I hope you do many more of this. This is when people talk about you need to do things that help, that are trying to fix the issue system-wide, city-wide. This is the first step, and it's got to start somewhere. And so timeliness is probably the simplest apparent wide misconception by most of the city compared to the SOTF interpretation. I know that there are many other types of these things mentioned by the EOTC committee as future agenda items and stuff like that. I hope you consider all of those and make your interpretations about the Sunshine Ordinance well known, because the other competing bodies who interpret the Sunshine Ordinance, namely the City Attorney and the Ethics Commission, which have generally far narrower interpretations of the Sunshine Ordinance, often in direct conflict with you, they make their views very well known. And this is one way to try, at least for the agencies who are willing to comply but just don't know, right? They genuinely don't know that they might be able to change their ways. Of course, there'll still be some agencies, maybe many agencies, who will argue that Dennis Ferrer said something else, we're just going to go do that. But at least you have an attempt to get the agencies who want to improve, who do claim in good faith that they want to change things, to be able to do so. And I hope you make many more of these. Thank you.
Anonymous number 3 is my hero, and he deserves an SOTF award. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Peter Warfield. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Don't give us your friggin' address again.
Oh, please, Mr. Minette Shaw. Please.
I'm going to start the clock again. Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Peter Warfield here, Executive Director, Library Users Association. And we say these things because we think they're important. And
blah, 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 blah.
Hey, Mr. Minette Shaw, please. That is disrespectful.
And if somebody doesn't like what we have, if somebody doesn't like what we have to say, that's possible, but so be it. We can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also by mail at P.O. Box 0544, San Francisco, California.
Please stop the clock. And folks, not disrupt the meeting, please. Thank you.
Where are you going to start the clock, please?
Can you please add 15 seconds to the clock?
I couldn't understand that. It's blurry. It's a problem with the phones or whatever.
Please.
Are you ready, sir?
Where is the clock starting, please?
The clock is going to start at 2 minutes, 45 seconds.
Okay. Tell me when to start, please.
You can start.
I didn't hear that. Did you say start?
Yes.
Not sure where I was. libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and also P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I want to commend the publicizing and the education, if you like, of all of those who were affected with respect to this issue of timeliness. This is exactly the kind of thing that I think the Sunshine Task Force needs to do more of, and it's part of what I have been talking about over months with regard to Section 67.30 and following sections, where you have the ability and the right and the duty to educate and inform folks in your capacity as guardians and advocates of open government. I think that I wish that you would have had Mr. Minette Shaw's letter here so that we could all of us see, and not just the people that apparently have been in on the whatever meetings or communications you've had. I think it would be useful to make all of that stuff public.
It'll be in the minutes.
There are many more things that you can do to make known your activities and what your view is of Sunshine. As Anonymous 3 has said, many times your interpretations are different from other parties, and they make their views well known. I think the task force should be much more active about enforcement and about publicizing what it's doing and what it's observing and what problems it's encountering, including what seems to be a tremendously widespread violation on multiple departments all over the city, basically a flouting of the law. And I think that the task force needs to make very public not only its specific findings, but also the more general pattern that it clearly is observing. Thank you very much.
Next speaker. Last call, public comment.
Yes, may I comment?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, this is Hank Heckel. I just want to thank the members of the task force and the participants for their commitment. We're coming up on midnight here. This is obviously a long and difficult process, this meeting tonight, but I had to note, because I find it, respectfully, I'm frankly stunned to hear from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, the arbiter of open government laws in San Francisco, that it is not a policy body. I'm going to read to you the definition of policy body from the Sunshine Ordinance, section 67.3, D, sub 3. A policy body shall mean, among other things, section 3 says, any board, commission, committee, or other body created by ordinance or resolution of the Board of Supervisors. Now I'd like to read from the Good Government Guide from the City Attorney. Policy bodies, quote, may also create other policy bodies through less formal means. For example, if acting on behalf of the commission, the chair forms an ad hoc committee, the committee may be a policy body, even though the commission did not formally create it. Therefore, I would repeat my recommendation and my urging that going forward, the task force notice and agendize these project catalytic meetings with anonymous or other individuals in accordance with the requirements for a policy body, and that any correspondence relating to specific complaints not be done ad hoc and ex officio solely with anonymous, the complainant, and without the very many tens of hardworking city employees that are answering those complaints on behalf of their departments. I would hope that those people would be included on all correspondence on that subject. And I am, to be honest, I'm extremely disturbed to hear that, there's this kind of insider discussion by certain members of the public and the task force about letters that haven't been disclosed. And frankly, this meeting has gotten a little bit off the rails at the end. We have a member of the public showering abuse and cursing and insulting at another member of the public to no consequence. And I find that very disturbing and not consistent with the otherwise good work that this task force does to maintain open and welcome good government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Last call, public comment. Okay, public comments closed. I'll just say 67.3D3 you have to read the whole sentence. Any board, commission, committee, policy body shall mean any board, commission, committee, or other body created by ordinance or resolution of the Board of Supervisors. Sunshine Task Force was not created by the Board of Supervisors. It was created by the voters. And so I don't quite follow that. That's been the big contention, including how the charter regards the ordinance. So most folks have told us that we're not a policy body. The Good Government Guide, that is an interpretation of the city attorney who has not included us and is required by the ordinance to include us in trainings. And so it's been very hard for us to adopt that in any kind of way. So I'll stop there.
I would strongly urge you to get advice from your DCA on this question. Thank you.
We have actually. Okay, anything, Member Schmidt?
Yeah, just the policy body issue. I just want to clarify that I don't have any opinion on that at this moment. I haven't looked into it, but just wanted to say that there may be 11 different opinions on that here, possibly. I don't know. So it's not like we're making a decision on that issue. That's all.
Thank you very much. And just, I don't think there's anything more. I mentioned before, if you have any thing to provide or add to annual report, even members of the public, you want to email them to me, that's fine. Please do so at sotf@sfgov.org through our office, so we have a track record of who's sending what at what time. That ends my report. Thank you. We can call the next item, members, or if it's really too late, somebody can make a motion to adjourn.
I would like to make the motion to adjourn. You don't have to accept it, but I'd like to make it because I think it's very late. I think it's hard to focus now, and it's just been a marathon meeting.
Yeah. There's a motion on the floor to adjourn.
And that was Member Stein, for anyone who's wondering.
Is there a second? Okay, hearing no second, we'll move on with our agenda. Please call next item.
Item number 9, Administrator's Report, Complaints on Communication. Okay, let me get into the report. All right. The report is dated July 29, 2021. Item number 1, I have listed all hearings that are potential to be scheduled. Of course, there are possible cancellations. We don't know what the mayor is going to do about opening City Hall, opening City Hall, but here they are from August to October. In correct order, starting with Task Force, EOT, Complaint Committee, and Compliance and Amendments. Excuse me. We got several new complaints in July. They're all listed. For item number 3, total complaints. This month's total complaints actually went down a little. From last month being 152, this month it was 146. We did get new complaints, but we also closed a number of them, as I think committee members know. We have included a complaint from 2018, which is Mr. Sullivan's request for revisiting his complaint. I included the minutes from the complaint committee, July 20th. I had several communications from Anonymous to the task force, which I've included. And I have outlined the number of requests we got from community persons. They were, as of July 23, 312 emails. That doesn't include anything administrative or not having to do with task force information. So after that are the minutes, July 20th, And on page 1162 begins the public communications from Anonymous. And then following those, are the email communications that I received in the month of July during the dates otherwise noted. June 18th to July 23. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, I take that as a no. Should we go for public comment, Chair Wolf?
Yes, please do.
Do we have public commenters for item number 9, the administrator's report? Calling for public comment for item number 9, the administrator's report. Chair Wolf, it doesn't sound like anybody's there.
Okay, public comment is closed. Next item.
So I read the next item.
Yes.
Item number 10, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Anything, folks?
Well, since I'm still here, can I just ask if I want to put something on the agenda for the next meeting, is that a matter of just I write an email to you, Bruce, and say I want to put this on the agenda, or do I have to, is there some other process?
No, there's no other. Usually agenda items, come from committees a lot of times, but if you have a specific item that you want to put on the agenda, send it to through kind of our inter-office communication, send it to Cheryl, and then she'll forward it to me. That way we have a paper trail, and we're not revealing our email addresses in that way, and it's part of the kind of official record.
So if I want to send it through a committee that I'm on first, then I would just write to the committee chair that I want to put it on the agenda there? Okay.
Correct. Anything else, folks? None. Any public comment? Member Stein, can you mute yourself because we can hear you typing? Thank you. Public comment on number 10. Last call. Hearing none. Is there somebody there? Who's that? Nope. Okay. Public comments closed. Last item.
Item number 11, adjournment. I have 12:04.
For motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn.
By Member Stein.
Seconded.
Second by Member Wong. I'm making me nervous there for a second.
Member
Okay.
Wong,
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Night, everybody.
And my apologies. Sorry. Have a good night.